Good morning, everyone. We are delighted to welcome you back to the second day of AIMS Empowering Women in Academic Leadership Summit. On behalf of SCMS Group of Educational Institutions and Association of Indian Management School, AIMS, I am honored to welcome you all for today's session. Today, we will delve deeper into specific case studies that showcase the success and strategies of inspiring women leaders. Our esteemed guests will share their personal journeys, insights, and lessons learned through their experiences. We hope to gain valuable perspectives on how to overcome obstacles, build strong networks, and achieve the academic excellence. Today, we have two guest speakers for the session, Dr. Neelu Rometra and Dr. Lishin M. Joshi.
Now, let me introduce our first speaker for the session, Dr. Neelu Rometra. Ma'am, please introduce yourself. Professor Neelu Rometra is currently the Dean of Research Studies at the University of Jammu with over 35 years of experience in teaching, research, and academic administration. Previously a professor of management, she was the founding director of the Indian Institute of Management, IIM Sirmur, serving from March 2017 to 2022. A distinguished academic, she has received 5 gold medals, including the Dr. S. Radhakrishnan Best Graduate Award in 1985. Her leadership at IIM Sirmur focused on delivering quality education and fostering innovative practices to develop future corporate leaders. Rometra's accolades include the AICTE Career Award for Young Teachers, various research awards, and Devang Mehta Education Leadership Award. Rometra is a member of various professional organizations and has contributed to editorial boards of notable journals. Known for her integrity and people-centric approach, she is a respected leader in higher education, recognized for her ability to manage academic institutions effectively. Thank you.
Now, I welcome Dr. Neelu Rometra to hear your valuable insights, ma'am. Now, we are honored to welcome our next speaker, Dr. Lishin M. Joshi. Dr. Lishin Joshi is an associate professor and head of Department of HR and OB at SCMS Cochin School of Business. She had obtained her PhD in the HR and OB area. She worked in IGNOU, New Delhi for 6 years. She has played the role of resource person and anchor of EduSat session of Doordarshan. She is an active member of Course Design Committee for HR and OB and has contributed to numerous chapters of IGNOU textbooks. She is also the doctoral committee member for Amrita School of Business, Coimbatore. Her research has been published in leading international journals. Additionally, she had presented her work at international conferences hosted by JNU, Delhi University, MDI, NMIMS, and XLRI, recognized and certified by elsewhere as a peer interviewer. Dr. Lishin reviews articles for several international journals. Welcome you, ma'am. Now, I welcome Dr. Neelu Rometra to hear your valuable insights.
Namaskar. And very good morning to everyone present here. Uh, my co-panelist on the dais and respected Dr. Indu Nair, who happened to invite me, writing a mail to me, and on going through that, the contents of the mail, the subject which was flagged as empowering women for academic leadership actually propelled me to send my consent backwards immediately next day. This is my first visit to Kochi and the second visit to Kerala. The first visit to Kerala was with the Central University of Kerala, Kasaragod, wherein then Vice Chancellor had invited me to participate in academic leadership program which was meant for the Vice Chancellors and the directors of the country. I was then the director, I'm Sirmaur in Himachal Pradesh. And this is the second visit to Kochi under the aegis of the prestigious institution, the group which thought of me and invited me to come and talk to you people. Well, I have not gone in for making a PPT presentation deliberately today because I interpreted and I thought that I will be speaking to the young crowd sitting at the back primarily. And whenever, as an HROB person, whenever I wish to speak from my heart, so I avoid technology to be a hindrance for me. So whatever little I'll be talking about today, that will be just out of my heart and just as a reflection of my first-hand experience as a person, first and as a woman, of course. And the objective of my discourse today, which will be quite brief to a large extent, because there are certain things which have to go unsaid always. There's no need to say certain things. The audience can always take on, the questions have to be left, some of the questions always have to be left unanswered. Because I'm not here to teach you, I'm not here to advise you, I'm not here to talk about me and my achievements. I'm here to just share my experience as a person who has taken that journey on, and at the age of 59 that I am, how did I grow, and as a case possibly, if this session means case studies of the women in academic leadership, that's what the session is all about. So let me just take it forward in terms of me, myself as a case, and the case of those women friends as academicians who have come in close contact with me, and I've seen them growing over the period of time. While I was thinking of what I shall be talking today on the subject, I also thought of understanding some of the ways and means by which I could get across, I could lay hands on the information that what are those kind of women whom I know or I don't know, who have contributed to the academic world, sitting on the top positions in the country like the directors or the vice chancellors. So trust me that in the morning when I was trying to look at it, I couldn't find much of the evidence or the information available. We do have references and we do have the literature available when we can say that women in the corporate have done as entrepreneurs quite a lot, and there are magazines and the media has written about them, has talked about them, and has showcased them as role models for the women who aspire to be going into the corporate sector. So we do have the role models, the literature available to go through, wherein you have access to the understanding as to how women in the corporate who wish to be working in the corporate, they can plan their careers and they can decide about their choices and be doing well at the top. Though the women at the top still are few in numbers, but the journey in the corporate has begun for women, with a lot of change in the policies facilitating women. Understanding about the women has grown as valuable resource, and the corporate is now all set to provide all kind of facilitation to be able to recognize them as resource and give them that flexibility to come and go and work wherever they want to work, but still they are part of the system and the organization, because they've started to get their work, get inroads into the boardrooms, and the policies got to be changing. But unfortunately, to the best of my understanding, I would say that things are not that pleasing, and things are not that sound so far as the academic world is concerned. We would come across women as professors, women as teachers, women as academicians publishing, and everyone is doing brilliantly. But the numbers of women who would cross the level of deans or the directors of as the head of the departments is very less. We have very few role models, so to say, whom we can say that they were instrumental in institution building. So I would like to emphasize one point, that if we are talking about women in academic institutions and as institution builders, wherein they have been given opportunity to steer exercise of institution building, so the examples and the role models are very few, in at least in our country. I happen to be the first woman director in the country in the history of I am after 60 years. After 60 years of the history of Indian Institute of Management in our own country, I was, given the opportunity to be the first director as it's not very far behind, just in the year 2017. So you can well imagine if in 2017, any IIM got a women director who was selected through a proper competition by Government of India, under the Government of India selection, and ultimately the ACC headed by the Prime Minister approved the name of one woman amongst the other 8 directors who were appointed. So the 9 directors were appointed together on 10th February 2017. The DOPT notification came in, and it just flashed like anything. And my name was flashed with G. Raghuram, who was appointed as the director of IIM Bangalore. So I hit the headlines as the first women director, and trust me, it was a surprise. I never knew these institutions never had a full-time women director ever. So I was surprised. So the first call I got was from Doordarshan, one of the family known person working in Jammu only. So I belong to Jammu and Kashmir, as some of you might know. So in Jammu only, as a professor of management in the business school while I was working, at that time I was rector for 2 of the campuses of my university. So I get a call from somebody in Doordarshan that, we have the UNI and PTI flashing this, that you have been selected and the notification is. I said, okay, thank you very much, but I have not got any. So media knew it before the notification arrived to me. I was very happy because it was not a nomination. It was not a nomination. It was not a favor. I actually had put in my papers as application against the advertisement of Union Ministry of HRD then, and it was an advertisement for 6 institutes, new IIMs in the country. And the new 6 IIMs in the country which were established, there was the advertisement for us appointing those 6 directors. Looking at the advertisement and the kind of interest and the flair for institution building that I had, I actually applied for those position. So it was my choice to apply. It was my choice to compete. It was my choice being in university setup wherein no women, no person ever in the university setup thinks of, putting in papers for an IM. It was one of those rarest situations wherein I thought that I'm a professor of management and I have given already at that time 28, लगभग 28 साल मुझे यूनिवर्सिटी में काम करते हो गए थे. 28 years I had already spent in my university. I had delivered the role of Director Business School in the university department, and I had already set up one of the unique centers in my university as International Center for Cross-Cultural Research and Human Resource Management. I had already delivered my responsibility as one of the top deans in the university as Dean Students Placement. I was on the role of a rector with all powers of Vice Chancellor except the emergency powers and steering the exercise of establishing 2 campuses of my university. So I was confident that my profile fits into such kind of national role which asks for setting up a new institution. I was a little confident of the work I had already done at a state level in my university, and the kind of exposure I had in store, being a good student in academics, being a good researcher, being a good teacher, wherein I was I was recognized as best teacher, I was recognized as a teacher with a student connect and so on and so forth, and the kind of exposure internationally I had. By then I was already a postdoctoral Commonwealth Fellow in the year I had gone, 2001 to 2002, and the training was already available with me to set up and connect internationally as well. By then I had already got 2 Fulbright, USIAF Fulbright fellowships. One of them was the US State Department International Visitor Leadership Program, wherein the prime ministers of our country had also participated, but I happened to represent my state. The 6 people from Jammu and Kashmir were selected to be representing International Visitors Leadership Program in 2006, and I was one amongst them by my university to be nominated towards that program of the US State Department in USA, wherein the exposure to about at least 30 institutions in the US was available to me. I happened to be a US Fulbright Administrators Seminar grantee in the year 2013. And then I also taught at EAP European School of Management way back in 1998 when I had just begun my journey as a faculty. So it gave me confidence to the extent that when this position got announced, I said, let me just test my credentials of hard work that I have put in, the orientation that I have in store, and my passion for launching myself nationally, internationally, and institution building. I have an extreme flair, I would say. I'm passionate about doing things differently and new things. जो किसी ने ना किया हो, कभी ना किया हो, so I have done it all my life. जब at any time of life somebody would have said, ये हो नहीं सकता है, I have never started anything कि ये हो नहीं पाएगा. I have always been a positive person with this perspective. Yes, I can do it. I will do it. I don't even say I can try. I say I will do it. That's the passion, the mindset I have lived and delivered and taken up my professional life the way it has come to me. I think the first thing that I would want to talk about to the audience, especially the young women sitting here, is that we usually engage ourselves in our own inhibitions. We are victim of perception which hinders us to believe in us. We have to believe and trust, and believe to the extent that somebody should not be advising or guiding us. We know our lives and our aspirations and our perceptions better. If we happen to know ourselves quickly and fast, as early as possible, the life becomes life automatically becomes very, very easy. What I mean to say is that most of the times, especially when we are young as girls, we look up to our families, which is not incorrect though, but we leave to our families to decide for our lives. And then when we get married, we leave to our own surroundings to decide for our lives, which is not incorrect, because everything has to go along. But what is incorrect in this is that we condition our understanding and our perception to the understanding of others most of the times. We have to find ways as win-win situations. We have to resolve as win-win situations and start giving importance to the self as well. We understand that we as women, we are conditioned to look after others. But we also have to understand that in this one life that we have, we also have some responsibility to the self. And the self has also to be pampered and made and felt happy about. We have every right as women to feel happy about the way we are. We also have the right and the liberty to think about ourselves. We always feel we need permission. We always think that बात करना पड़ेगा, घर पे बात करेंगे, permission लेना पड़ेगा. We need not do that all the time. We need not do that. We can consult. Please replace permissions and baat karna with consultations and discussions, and start asserting your opinion and point of view as well as early as possible, so that people around you also start appreciating your aspirations, you being there as a person, you being trying to deliver and contribute the way you want to contribute, and also assert yourself in terms of what is relevant to you and what you are not interested in. So आप सब ने एक advertisement देखा होगा on बहुत Nescafe का एक ad आ रहा है. Have you seen Nescafe ad wherein a daughter approaches father for signing a form wherein she says that she wants to go out of a particular comfort zone to study in a particular college, and the father says कि नज़दीकी एक कॉलेज है, उसमें भी तो सेम कोर्स मिल रहा है, so why don't you go and seek admission there. So the girl responds back, this is not that मेरे लिए ये चलने का नहीं दौड़ने का टाइम है. So things have changed, the times have changed. If you just crawl, you will be lagging behind. You have to take speed on. And for taking speed on, you have to be abreast with all kind of information. And that information should become your tool. You must be clear about what interests you, what does not interest you, और आपकी दौड़ में तेजी लाने के लिए you have to be convincing your parents, your families, your immediate surroundings, and be sure what you want to do. It's not that at a closer distance you will not find a right opportunity. You might find a right opportunity next door, but it is also possible that what you want to do may not be available in the next surroundings, and somebody may have to go ahead a little far off to fulfill one's dreams. So please do that. Please do that. But one word of caution in here is, having done that, be sure that you were correct. Be sure that the decisions you are going in for are correct, and your conviction should be guiding you. And unfortunately, if you fail, if you are not, if you are not able to achieve your targets and what you aspired for, please don't regret. Please don't regret, because failures also teach us a lot. Those who have the ability to shoulder failures gracefully, they ultimately are the winners in the long run. Because those failures have more to teach us than the success stories that we all narrate here. The session actually focuses on success stories. It is good idea to talk about also failures. Because to shoulder failures is an ability. To come back after failure is an ability. So our failures teach us more than our successes. Because when we are in that flare of successes, we hardly spend time on where we have faltered. So the point which I'm trying to say here is, be sure about your decisions and own those decisions. Take responsibility for those decisions. Many a times we blame others for the faults and whatever goes wrong, and try to take the credit for whatever happens good. Take the credit of the good and take the responsibility for the bad also. And become strong individuals within yourself to say that it was my responsibility, yes, I could do it, and yes, I have not been able to do it, but there is always a next time. Another point which I would want to emphasize with would be that never be satisfied. Never be satisfied with whatever you have done. And keep doing and adding value to whatever you are doing, in the sense that there's an element of monotony which you need to break all the time to keep you alive within. If I look at myself as a person, so I always keep looking for something which I have never done. Even at 59 of my age, I keep doing certain things which give me a trigger. Giving you an example, the moment I was back within my university, after 5 years of my tenure at IIMS More, there was an opportunity for transdisciplinary research projects, wherein funding was available by my university. So under NEP guidelines, so the University of Jammu has floated some 12 projects which are connected as pilot projects to the, shall we say, the community engagement. So some help to the community. So this interested me, and I put in my application for the transdisciplinary research projects, and I steered that research project team, wherein I am leading the team with a professor in zoology, Z for zoology, with a professor in botany, with a professor in chemistry, and we form a team, and I'm a professor of management. So it's a science plus management project that I'm doing, and we are trying to look at the socio-economic development of Chenab Valley in Jammu and Kashmir, the Aroma Mission. Aroma Mission is one of the projects of Government of India wherein lavender is being planted around the areas which are top hilly areas of Bhadrawa and Kishtwar. And the women are actively participating in its cultivation. So those higher reaches interviews. So we as investigators now, we go to those, we also have a campus in Bhadrawa, campus Jammu University has it. So we go to the higher reaches. I have gone to the higher reaches of Bhadrawa region, which is seen as a valley, and I talk to those Pahadi women, trying to understand whether the kind of policy this Aroma Mission, as the crop as lavender has brought in, has it made an impact on the lives of those women or not. So walking top to those snow-covered, hills wherein that cultivation is taking place, talking to those women is actually I'm interested in now. To look at the local problems of my region as Jammu and Kashmir, I'm interested to look into and connect my research to those areas, which is actually exciting me, giving me a challenge, because those are the things which I would now want to do rather than just simply publishing and saying I have published here or I have published. So I'm trying to connect with the locals, trying to bring in the data and providing it to the government that these are the problems, so which we might like to look at while we are revisiting our policy guidelines. So the second point that I am trying to emphasize is that try to break that monotony. Try to break that monotony in you. Every day is going to class, every day talking about the same lecture, the curriculum that we teach in class. Every day we use the same kind of steps to spend that 1 hour session in our class. And what next? What next? As a teacher, I have never created notes for me for any of the subjects that I teach in my class for the over now 35 years. Every class that I go in, every subject that I go in for, I know what I have to deal today, and it's something new and different that I talk about around that theme in my class. Because if you're not sure about breaking your monotonies, you feel sluggish, you feel depressed, कि कुछ हो नहीं रहा है, कुछ कर नहीं पा रहे हैं. But if you give yourself a challenge of newness every day, that freshness refreshes you all the time. So don't feel there is lot to do which has not been noticed by any one of us. इतना कुछ है जिंदगी में करने के लिए. If you fail on one front, see and find ways to do the best on another front. Many of the students who are sitting here, they might not have thought to come in for management education. Many of them might have thought to become some doctors and doing something else. But life has its own plans. Life has its own plans. And we have to understand that the success is a very, very relative term. Success is not about taking those positions at the top. No. Success is more about what interests you and have you been able to achieve that in your life or not. Similar is the case with professionalism. We do need women in the boardrooms. We do need women at the top. But at the same time, we also understand, we must understand that if a person is satisfied in one's own way in delivering leadership in terms of an enterprise, going ahead with an entrepreneurial setup and things like that, even then it's a very big contribution. Somebody who chooses not to work with a university or with an institute and teach, somebody can go ahead and open one's own academies and come up with some kind of a curriculum with the permissions of the local area and connect with the local problems and float some courses which are actually maybe relevant to and have some indigenous relevance. So there are n number of ways women in academics can actually help in the growth profile of the community in that particular area, so on and so forth. While I was preparing in the morning and trying to explain to myself that what all I could be talking about. So I thought it will be a nice thing to mention about Savitribai Phule case. You all know that a woman who got married at the age of 9 and 10, and her own husband was actually her teacher and faced a lot of trouble. And she was the first female teacher of our country. And with a lot of courage and the distress she faced at the hands of the society, and she could actually float this idea that women education is important. We have several of the women in various arenas in our own country, and several names can be floated in that direction, who have been firsts in their own domain. We have examples in sports, we have examples in academic institutions, we have examples in politics, we have examples in n number of arenas that women are working today. But so far as academics is concerned, this is something which we should look at it as a turning point in the life of anybody. Actually, we are entrusted with youth building and character building. Any teacher is associated with building characters. Any teacher is associated with building the youth of the country. And if it is so, the people who have passion for academics and actually hand-holding that context will make a larger difference. And I call them and I treat them as leaders. Whether those kind of women who are actually interested in the task of youth building, who are actually in the arena of character building, they do that and handhold at whatever levels. Now, if whatever levels, through their experience, they are the leaders for me. Because sitting at the top in the boardrooms is a different game. It's a different game which calls for different kind of skill set as well. And many women may not be equipped with that kind of a skill. But don't worry on that. We always say in management that, and there is a question in class, and I ask this question to the audience also, the young audience, are leaders made or born? It's a very common question. So what's your opinion? Are leaders made or born? Yes, development is a possibility. That's all management is all about. We are born with certain faculties, but we can develop many of them as we grow through our experiences. And if it is so, why can't we develop our faculties in such a manner, looking at what suits us and what does not suit us, blending our interest to the kind of path we want to go in for. Are we short of time, ma'am? Okay, so in the next, do I have 2-3 minutes? Yeah, in just next 2-3 minutes, let me just focus upon what kind of paradigm shift we need to have in our attitude while we are talking. I think it's a question of confidence. And in confidence, we can start looking at saying, I can do it, rather than saying, can I do it? These are the questions we have to respond for ourselves. Then we have to shift to say, I know what I want. This is difficult question, but we have to be clear about, I know what I want. Then it's my responsibility to what I bring and show up. What I do in life and what I showcase myself as, it's my responsibility. Nobody from outside is going to come and help me for that. I know what I want to and ask. Please develop the habit of asking questions, but the questions should be relevant. Why? Because those questions actually place us in terms of our abilities, and eyes are watching. Please don't ask irrelevant questions, but have the courage to ask and question whatever is wrong. Have the courage to say no, and don't accept if something is being negotiated and you are not interested, or you deserve better credentials. Don't compromise on things which you think need not be compromised upon. And be ruthlessly professional for your professional growth. Be you are, whatever you are as a woman, salute your womanhood, salute your well-being, salute yourself, but be ready to stay equipped in the competition, and don't allow the competition to snub you. If somebody tries to say that we will consider you next time, please ask for reasons for not considering. Interpret that, own that responsibility, and try next time. World is full of opportunities, and there will be n number of examples besides academic institutions where you will find role models to work upon and talk about, and follow them and pick up inferences from everyone and everywhere, and keep adding to your personalities till the time you are confident to say, I want this, I will do it, I will get it done. Don't worry about that. And thank you very much. Very nice talking to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your powerful and uplifting speech, which eloquently emphasized the importance of female empowerment and inspired us all to break the barriers and challenge stereotypes and unlock our full potential. Now, I welcome Dr. Lishan Joshi to share her experience.
Good morning, everyone. First, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to the organizing committee of AIMS Empowering Women in Academic Leadership Summit 2024, and our management and our director, Dr. Indu ma'am, and registrar, Dr. Radha ma'am, for giving me this opportunity. Today, I'm going to present a conceptual paper about intersectionality and inclusive leadership in academia. So we all know that the academic landscape is highly complex, and it requires the leadership practices that will cater to the requirement of higher education and at the same time cater to the evolving needs of the highly diverse academic community. And when the world becomes highly interconnected and global, what will happen that the higher education institutions were the spaces for diversity and inclusion. We often formulate policies for inclusiveness, but implementation part gets become inconsistent. So fulfilling this particular gap, we need a critical framework, a framework of intersectionality and inclusive leadership. So, we have learned about many management constructs. Intersectionality is a very nascent origin. Kimberly Crenshaw, who is a faculty of Columbia Law School, coined this particular term. She describes that the social identity of an individual based on different race, gender, class, sex, and sexual orientation, and the ability intersect and provides us different experiences, the experiences of oppression and privilege. So, many of the white feminist people have a different opinion about this particular intersectionality. Before we are understanding the concept of intersectionality, we should understand what is social identity. Social identity means it's our perception about our membership in a relevant social group. So each individual who is present here is a member of having different social identities. That social identities belongs to a race, it maybe belongs to an economic class, it maybe belongs to a caste, it maybe belongs to your based on your ability, or maybe it belongs to your sexual orientation. And these social identities sometimes intersect with each other, and that will provide us an experience. This individual experience sometimes of a privilege, like if you belongs to a highly privileged economic class, or you belongs to a gender of male, that is the concept of the society, that is a dominated sex. So we have a privileged experience. But at the same time, if you belongs to the other section of the society, that is you are an underprivileged section, or if you are a female or you are a black woman, you will have an oppression. So this is what intersectionality is all about. And Crenshaw come to know about this, that there is a case there was a case which is filed by 5 black women against the automotive giant General Motors. They mentioned that there was a case of discrimination against black American women and providing the employment. So, The case was they didn't find employment in General Motors. And the district court identified that General Motors employs female employees. So the gender discrimination case was dismissed. But all the women employees working in General Motors were white. And in the other context, about the racial discrimination, the court identified that General Motors were employing African American male employees. Again, the court identified there is no racial discrimination. So African American woman who belongs to the female gender, but according to the court, woman requires special protection. But African American woman doesn't comes under that purview. Because here, in General Motors case, African American males were employed in General Motors. So the class which requires special protection is not identified by the court, and court dismissed their plea. And that particular moment, Crenshaw, who is a Columbia Law School faculty, she identified that this particular matter should be looked into. That intersections of social identities creating an oppression. So that's how this particular term was coined. And Kimberly Crenshaw mentions that if we aren't intersectional, some of us, the most vulnerable, are going to fall through the cracks. And if we see this particular diagram, we will be clearly understand the intensity of the construct of intersectionality. We take the lowest strata, we just imagine that this is a hypothetical scenario. A scenario where above the ceiling, all the people were highly privileged. And in the basement is stacked with people who are disadvantaged. And the lowest strata of that particular basement is belong to the people who are disadvantaged on multiple counts. He may be an African female who is illiterate, who is economically poor, who is disabled, and maybe aged also. So once the people who are staying above the ceiling perceives that there is a discrimination happening in this society, and we have to provide some sort of affirmative action or policies to be taken care of so that the interest of the disadvantaged lot should be protected. What will happen that whenever that affirmative policies were implemented by the government or institutions, that particular advantage will be taken to people who are just below the ceiling. That means they will be disadvantaged only on one count. And it is not reaching to the basement, where the people are disadvantaged on multiple counts are there. And they still remain on that particular aspect. So this is why the concept of intersectionality got into picture. And now comes the question, how we can reorder or restructure our society, and how we can make that disadvantaged lot to be a privileged lot. For that purpose, we have to understand the concept of inclusion. Professor Brenda Allen of Colorado University, in her path-breaking book, Difference Matters, beautifully narrated and explained the concept of inclusion. She mentioned that inclusion means when everyone feels valued and respected. That particular moment, we can say that it is an inclusive society. That means, for example, if we are working in one particular institution where we all comes with different social identities, and all our social identities are considered as a unique feature of our personality, and that will be accepted wholeheartedly, then we will feel that we belongs to that particular place. We believe that we are valued and respected in that particular arena. So that is inclusion. And as management students, you know that n number of definitions were about leadership. You just surf through the internet, you will get 2 million plus definitions about leadership. But whenever we talk about inclusive leadership, Kevin Cruz has clearly defined leadership, that is, it is as a process of social influence that motivate people to achieve a common goal. Here, Brenta Allen have taken this particular definition of leadership and she coined the term inclusive leadership. She mentioned that inclusive leadership again is a process of social influence that strive to value and respect everyone involved in achieving a goal. So inclusive leadership means it is definitely a process. It's a dynamic, continuous aspect which will continue, and it is again a social influence which ensures that whoever as a leader we are motivating, we are giving them a message that we are treating them with respect and value. And then we are inspiring them to achieve their goal. So there was an extensive research done on the inclusive leadership aspects. And that aspect was, the leadership was done in Deloitte by Dellen and Brooke. And they identified 6 characteristic traits should be there for inclusive leadership. That is called, commonly we mention as 6 C's. Courage, commitment, cognizance of bias, and collaboration, and curiosity, and cultural intelligence. So these 6 C's are very important. Of this, rest all other C's were self-explanatory. You will be having the doubt about the cognizance of bias. Means we all are having some sort of bias. Either it may be an implicit bias or it may be an explicit bias. Explicit bias means as individuals holding different social identities, we know that we are prejudiced against certain aspects. And we know our decisions may be influenced by that explicit aspect. But at the same time, implicit bias means it's in the subconscious aspect, which majority of us are not aware about. That lies the beauty of an inclusive leader. He proactively understands that he is having an explicit bias as well as an implicit bias towards this particular aspect. And he proactively takes steps to mitigate that when he is implementing or taking decisions. So that's it. Rest all others, this collaboration. That we all know that when we are working in a team, there is a dominant group, there is a non-dominant group. If you are an inclusive leader, you will make real steps to make sure that that non-dominant group voice is heard in the group meetings. That is collaboration. Then you build a team. Then about the commitment. You always have to be committed toward the inclusiveness of your workplace. And courage. Definitely, when you have to move out of your comfort zone and making some comments against the dominant group, you need that courage. And you need curiosity. That is, when you are sitting in, or framing boundaries about your social identity and you are taking actions, you are not curious about what is happening beyond your social identity. So that if you belong to a class, a highly privileged socially economic high class, you really don't know. You may be empathetic, but you have to come out of that particular social identity which you hold to know and understand what is the other section of the society feels. So these all are the characteristic traits that an inclusive leader should possess. And now comes why intersectionality and inclusive leadership is relevant in academic field. We all know that the higher education, institutions of higher education are the spaces where we are framing future leaders, future citizens, and future professionals. So this is a cross-sectional design of the society. The faculty, the students, and the administrative staff, they belongs to different strata of the society. Each group brings a different social identities along with them. And in different multiple axes, the intersections may happen, and which provides a different experiences. For example, a faculty who belongs to an underprivileged section, she is a female, and what is her experiences when these two social identities intersect will be unique compared to another male faculty who belongs to the same marginalized society, but what he is having a different set of experiences. If we take the student example, a student who belongs to an economically privileged society, but he is disabled, that particular student's unique experiences will be totally different from a student who is from an underprivileged economic class and disabled. So as academic institution leaders, we have to take care of these cross-sectional aspects, that how this intersection happens and how these unique experiences are formulated. And they have to take inclusive policies so that this will be taken care of. That inclusive policies may be related to creating an inclusive curriculum and pedagogy, where the students will feel of different strata of the student will feel engaged and the retention will be very easy. Because Thomas et al. Have proved that if you are having, if you want to find out a good antecedent for the academic performance, it's that if you have an inclusive pedagogy, which ensures high engagement of the students. And another one is, it's about the recruitment and admission. During the recruitment process, rather than totally depending on one test score, for many of the courses where there is inclusiveness is lacking, we have to go for a holistic approach. And yesterday's panel discussion, majority of the great leaders from the academia, they pointed out that they will be providing support for the students who come from underprivileged sections of the society or from their colleagues. So that will be helping them to come forward. And then another aspect is data-driven approaches. Always, the institutions of higher education, we all know that the latest survey which proves that 48% of the assistant professors are females, but when it comes to leading into the top executives like vice chancellors and directors and deans, it comes down to less than 2%. And even in the professor level, it has come down to 28.7%. So that inclusivity, somewhere we are lacking. And coming back to the concept of intersectionality, once one of the very famous African-American activist, Martin Delaney, has mentioned that, when I enters the hall, my race enters with me. But Crenshaw and Hollins, who were the other advocates of intersectionality, they mentioned that Martin Delaney doesn't hold the right to say, when I enters the hall, my race enters. That right should be with the weakest of the weakest, and that particular society have the right and the privilege to quote that, when I enter, whole human race enters. And an inclusive leader has to make it a point that whatever policies that they will take in the institution of higher education, they have to consider this. The weakest of the weakest should be included. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Grateful for your expertise and passion in exploring intersectionality, inclusivity, and women leadership, sparkling vital dialogue and reflection.
Before we move on to the closing notes, I request Dr. Neelu Romitra, representing AIMS, to hand over the memento to Dr. Lishin Joshi. These mementos videos are customized and made by the differently abled creative young minds of Taksh Creatives. UJA. UJA is an organization that empowers and nourishes the lives of the differently abled through extensive training programs and identification of workspaces.
Now, we'll be having a short break for 15 minutes. Don't forget to join for the next session.
അതുമായിരുന്നില്ല അന്ന്. ഹലോ ചെക്ക്.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome back to the fifth session of AIMS Empowering Women in Academic Leadership Summit 2024. We are delighted to welcome you all to the insightful panel discussion on skilling women to create leaders and industry perspective. This panel discussion will feature a distinguished group of experts who will share their valuable insights and experience. We will delve into the importance of skill development, mentorship, and workplace culture in fostering female leadership. Without further ado, let me introduce our distinguished panelists who will share their perspective and expertise on this important subject.
May I invite the moderator of the session, Mr. George Joseph K., onto the stage. He is a seasoned professional with over 13 years of experience in retail and education. He has worked for major retailers like Spencer's and Hypercity in various regions of India. He was awarded Rising Star at Spencer's and held a national role at Hypercity. Currently, he is an assistant professor at SCMS Cochin School of Business. His research interests include marketing, retail, and operations.
Now, may I invite Ms. Anu Matthew to the dais. Today, we are honored to have Anu Matthew with us, an accomplished professional in the field of human resource. She has built a remarkable career marked by leadership roles and significant contribution to talent acquisition across various regions and industries. She completed her fellow program in management, specializing in human resource management from prestigious XLRA Jamshedpur in 2018. Over the years, she has worked with Accenture, Cerner Corporation, and IBS Software. With a career spanning over 2 decades, Ms. Anu Matthew experience and expertise have made her a respected leader in the HR field.
Next, let me introduce Ms. Anisha Cherian. She is an entrepreneur and founder director of Chemanur Academy, a group company with its headquarters in Bangalore. The company's main services are overseas recruitments, training programs. Few of the company's clients include MNCs such as Accenture, GlobeMed Resources, Lifeline Hospital Group Oman, Royal Hyatt Hospital Group, Birla Schools, etc. She is passionate about designing and facilitating high-impact leadership, entrepreneurial and productivity workshops. She brings with her 20 years of rich experience in building a training and recruiting company. She was the first women president of TiE Kerala and was in the founding team and advisor to Women Entrepreneurs Network WIN, academic advisor to Assumption College, Changashiri, and was a member of CII Kerala State Council 2019 and 2020.
Now, may I invite Ms. Deepa Murali onto the stage. She is currently serving as the head of CSR with Unico Housing Finance based out of Chennai. As a part of CSR, Unico has been implementing Project Vidai, which is designed to provide therapy to children. She began her career with Tata Motors and then transitioned to Genpact, where she led talent acquisition. She holds a master's degree in physics and an MBA from Cochin University of Science and Technology. She has further enhanced her expertise with an executive program in general management from IIM Calcutta and is currently pursuing her 1-year diploma in mental health from Ummeed Child Development Center. I once again welcome all of the panelists for the session. The platform is open for further discussion.
A very good morning. A very good morning. Okay, thank you. Uh, First and foremost, I would like to thank Association of Indian Management School, AIMS, and SCMS for giving me this opportunity. Now, over the last few sessions, over yesterday and today morning, we have gained key insights from all the eminent speakers from academia in terms of empowering women, which is the theme of the summit, empowering women in academic leadership. This session is about the industry perspective, and I am absolutely privileged to actually be in the company of three illustrious ladies, illustrious and wonderful ladies, who are achievers in their own field. So please give a big hand. Now, before we get into the discussion as such, so just to give you a perspective, the sub-theme for this session is Skilling Women to Create Leaders and Industry Perspective. And very aptly, we have three very able women who would be speaking on the topic. But before we get into the topic, I would just give you a structure of how we would go about it. We will take opening comments from all the panelists in terms of their personal journeys, and then we will get on to the theme per se, if that is all right. We would expect questions at the end of the session, so I am actually earmarking 10 minutes for question answer from the audience. I would expect students, again I repeat, I would expect students to please ask questions, because you have the, I would say, the right people here to answer them for you, okay? So these are all management students who are going to get into placements or into entrepreneurship after some time. So you have the right panel to ask your questions and get answers. Okay, so I would expect questions from the students towards the end of the session. Now, coming to the panel and to the discussion, if I can start with Anu Matthew. You have got 20 years of experience in talent. You're a talent acquisition expert, right? But that has not happened overnight, for sure. What has been your personal journey? If you could just, tell us. I'm sure there are students who are waiting to get inspired.
Yeah, thank you so much, sir. I think it's such a great privilege for me to come back to my alma mater, because, when I was getting into the industry, I did my schooling from a small town school where Malayalam medium, I come from a very small town. It's not a town, it's a village. Being born to a family of daughters, where my father thought that I think the girl should be educated. He was a banker, my mother was a housewife. And we had to get out of our stereotypical belief of the woman being the homemaker to a woman can be a worker too. And probably that's the reason why he never denied any opportunities for me, though he was very particular about the values I should be imbibing and demonstrating throughout my life. So that's how I went to the school run by our church, studied till 10th. Then he felt that I think they should go out and study. And I was doing my 11th and pre-degree from Providence Women's College, Calicut, again, a women's college which was known to be one of the best. And then I went to do my graduation in commerce, again in a women's college, which is BCM Cochin. And then I came to SCMS it was by chance actually, I stepped into SCMS. Actually, I got admission at Pondicherry Central University to do my master's, but he went there, took me there, and then he said, this is such an isolated place, and I don't think, we might lose you if I sent you here. He was very close to his daughter, so he said no, and that's when the call came from here, and I continued, and I did not, at that point in time, very limited people to guide a woman to get into business, or a business school. And there were men in the house who studied in top-notch engineering institutions, the IITs and IIMs and all that, but never ever somebody thought that somebody would do business from the house. So business program. But I think he was an investor. So he would read Business Today, Business India, and he would give me all of those things. And I had a natural interest in learning about companies, finances, stock markets, etc. And so then it became like a natural interest for me to join a business school. And I didn't want to become an engineer because I did not get 100 on 100 in mathematics in 10th. I got 92, which according to my father was not a great score in a family full of engineers. I think chief engineers and, my family has only engineers and no doctors. So by design, I should be an engineer. So then he said, if you're not getting 100 on 100, you can't become a great engineer compared to all the male engineers in our house. So then I didn't become an engineer. From that time, and I used to read my father's commerce books, and I had a natural, that's how I took commerce, even though I had very good academics in my 10th. And then I joined SCMS, and I started my business program. I think I started with full interest to learn business, because the only woman who's actually come to study business was a big burden on me. It was a big tension, and people are actually looking at you. Oh, he sent her daughter to study business. What can she do? That is the first thing. And then the second piece is, we all send our girls to get married after 22 years. And this person is actually going to send this woman to become a cash cow, probably, which is another stereotype that I had to deal with. But my mother always gave this message that you have two choices. Either you wash vessels, or you get a job and get something for the house, whichever house you want. I chose the latter. Not that I didn't like dishwashing. I like dishwashing even today. I do the dinner time dishwashing, though I have helpers at home. But still, I felt that I think as somebody who was educated, I need to get an yield for the work, for the hard work that I put in. So then I joined SCMS, right from, I think, the trimester program that we had. And I think there were so many choices we had. I chose this place, and this was the first admission that I got. Actually, I got somewhere else, but this was the last thing that came that year for me, and I said, let me take this up. And I was also closer to my parents, and I decided to study. After that, I never had to look back. The wholehearted, I think I'm coming back to this institution, to Indu ma'am or Radha ma'am or Pramod sir, just like coming back to my house. They are an extension of my family. Right from the time I got, I think Pradeep sir was there then, right, GPC sir, etc. And the kind of ecosystem that we had was to build great managers, great professionals. Every conference, every session, every class I took it very personal to my heart, saying that I have to learn the basics of business from the books first, and then actually look at how I want to survive in this world. So I was telling the class this earlier, Stephen Robbins to Kotler to demand and supply to operations management to economics, managerial economics, some 7 subjects per trimester, trying to get as much as A+ as possible to become a topper, and working so hard to see that my fundamentals are right from the school. And even today, if ever the journey of success has happened, the first thing I would attribute was to get my basics right. Nobody can challenge when you teach science. Supply and demand theory can never go wrong. The 4 P's or 5 P's in marketing can never go wrong. Those are fundamental things that one should be learning. So irrespective of whichever school you study, the textbooks are the same. The teachers are doing with the same amount of passion. But if I got that fundamental right, then the journey was very easy. So I just used those principles of doing my homework in time. And I think my professors are here. I never missed an assignment, even today. I never missed a class. I never was late to class. I was never a rule breaker, which I thought should have done sometime at some point in time. I was never a rule breaker. And I was always committed to the purpose for which I was at the school. So I think if you summarize, sir, those are my simple techniques of how I've used the foundation to translate into a career which is extremely rewarding and humbling and stand out as a professional, as a mother, as a wife, and also as a human being based on where I came from.
Students, I hope you took notes. You got it from the horse's mouth, okay? So that there is no shortcuts to success is what, how I would summarize this whole thing. Thank you. Anisha, coming to you, you have again, you are the founder of an academy or of an entrepreneurship. You have been there for 20 years. What has been your journey like? If you can, again, we have students in this crowd who are budding entrepreneurs or want to be into that space. So please tell us what your journey was like.
Okay. First, let me say thank you to the management of SCMS and AIMS for giving me this opportunity to address you all. I grew up in a business family, so I got to hear business at a very, very young age. In fact, all our conversations at the dinner table or breakfast table would be on business, would be on cash flow, would be on capital, would be on a lot of cash flows, as a conversation. So at a very young age, you get conditioned into picking up all these terminologies. And it was understood that eventually that is what I would be doing. I mean, I would definitely get married, but somehow in my mind, it was already conditioned that I will be an entrepreneur and I will be doing something of my own. My father, he was a tremendous businessman. Okay, he was an excellent trader. He knew exactly, how to buy and sell, and he was into jewelry, and he knew all. Somehow he's done only his 10th standard, but from a very young age, even when he was his father was a headmaster of the school, but he would buy chocolates from the city, and then he would go to his village school and he would sell. So he was an excellent trader. And while growing up, for whatever reason, that is all that he, to all the 4 kids, his conversations was always about, how to build the business, how to scale up. So we picked it up. But he also made it sound really easy. So once I got married, I moved here to Cochin. It was very clear that I would get into the field of training. I love to be with youngsters. So HR was something which I was drawn to, human resource, training, recruitment. So this was something I was automatically drawn to. So I decided to pick up 2 AppTech training centers. So what eventually happened is I picked up 2 existing AppTech training centers, and you end up picking up somebody else's baggage. So that is how that's how I got into the field of training, HR, education. But I was not too interested in AppTech because that was a franchisee brand. It continued. But then later on, my husband's family had more than 15 doctors in the US, and then we came to know of a business, prospect. What do I say? Nurses who have cleared their NCLEX exam. It's an exam. If you clear the exam, a nurse can work or become a registered nurse in the United States. So the hospitals in the US were paying close to $20,000 for a nurse who has cleared her NCLEX exam. So my husband said, that sounds very interesting. Is it possible to make our Indian registered nurses to US registered nurses? And I found that very interesting. So we started, digging up about it. And I went deep into understanding how is it possible to convert an Indian registered nurse to a US registered nurse. And we initiated a training program to train nurses for the NCLEX exam. Okay, so we were pioneers. And so in 2002, our company initiated training of nurses for the NCLEX exam. So when you're pioneers, what happens is there's no precedent. There's nobody to tell you what is right and what is wrong and how you can go wrong. You're jumping into the water and you're learning to swim. There's no other way. There are no faculty who's already cleared NCLEX. There is no trainers for NCLEX. There is no, precedent on how to, apply for the exam, because a very cumbersome process to apply for the exam. Then how do you train these candidates to pass the exam? So we learned everything the hard way. And, we also learned it the hard way in the sense I did lose a lot of money initially. We launched the program. But we also have the advantage of the first mover. That means, because you are pioneers, you have that advantage. You figured everything very fast. And by this started in 2002, okay, by 2004, the market was completely filled with the competition. We had all the big brands from Fortis to Max to the Modi Group to American companies all set up here, okay? But we had that first mover advantage. We were already established. We were already in the process of getting close to 100 NCLEX cleared nurses on a yearly basis. So if you just calculate the figures, there was so much of, value that was being created by the company. We had 11 training centers. We had about 1,000 nurses at any point of time training with us, doing the exams, passing, and then we had started recruiting. The entire, cycle of recruitment started to the US. Now, to cut the story short, in 2007, one fine morning, I opened the laptop, and we just went onto the US immigration site, and then the news came out that the visas for nurses, the permanent resident visas for nurses, was just stopped in 2007. So you can imagine, we had 1,000+ nurses who were training with us. In that process, we had more than 150 nurses who cleared all the exams in the process of going to US. But the PR visas stopped. That means priority to those, to nurses stopped in 2007. By then, we had about 350 nurses who already landed, started working in US hospitals. And the entire process was free to the nurse, because we were, once she lands in the US hospital would, pay us. And we had 1,000+ nurses, imagine, training with us absolutely free. And you have the entire, visa stop. So that was the first big crash. Okay, that was in 2007. But my experience was we built a highly efficient system of training, okay, where we had the highest pass results in the industry. 60% was the highest pass result. The India average was only 20%. So we built this highly efficient machinery. We could generate 100+ nurses who cleared the exams. We could recruit them, but then the visa stopped. That is when I first heard about country risk. I didn't know what that term meant at all. And that was the biggest lesson that I learned when you put all your eggs in one big basket, and then you have a country risk with no fault of yours, the entire business literally crashes. And 2007, 8, 9 was my biggest learning. And that's when I realized business is not easy. There's a lot of pain, okay? But there is also that feeling when you crash and you rebuild yourself, okay, step by step. You go through that pain. It's painful, okay? It's emotionally draining. It is very painful. Okay, you were number one in the industry. You had interviews with NDTV. I mean, you were right there. You were on the top, and then you crash. And that's not a good feeling at all. So there's a lot of pain attached, but there's also huge learning, okay? And then, it took a lot of time, effort, energy. It took a lot of mental unlearning to get back on track. Now, do I have any regrets? Absolutely not. Because my experiences has made me who I am. And today, we are 20 years plus now. I had the opportunity to work with multiple multinational companies. In fact, Anu was just telling me about Accenture. She had worked in Accenture. We had partnered with Accenture, GlobeMed, some of the best companies. There's huge learning that we got from all these companies. So it was an amazing journey. And today I consider it my mission to help youngsters, especially women, to go out there, apply your skill sets, okay? Initiate a business venture and be financially free, because that is true empowerment. And I consider it my mission. Wherever I go, I talk about entrepreneurial mindset. I'm not just saying jump into business. No, you go get few years of experience, learn what it is to create an income in that painful process of creating an income. Okay, you know, even when you initiate your business, you don't start running. You know, you first take step by step. Invest your own money, not your parents', you know, hard-earned money. Okay, why I say invest your own money is simply because the pain is attached to it. When you invest your parents' money, you know, there's no pain attached to it. So when you lose it, doesn't hurt as much. Okay, and I have to say that I did lose a lot of money, so I went through that, you know, the pain of, you know, rebuilding. So it's not easy, but especially women, okay, one statement I want to tell you all is, you know, don't expect, sometimes you hear these statements, my father gives me, my father's very strict, my husband gives me a lot of freedom. I would like to tell you that freedom is not his to give to you, it's yours to take. So once you are an adult, take your freedom, okay? Apply your skill sets, initiate a business venture, and be financially free. And that is true empowerment.
Wonderful words of wisdom. I mean, yeah, please. I think resilience would be one word to sum up what you just said, and that is what we actually tell our students to also imbibe as an attitude. I love the usage of the word we in everything. It was all a we, it's a team effort. Everything is a team effort, so I love that usage. Thank you, ma'am. Deepa, again, a multifaceted personality. You started with industry, you were a teacher in a school, and now you are actually into social outreach and community building. Tell us what your journey has been like.
Thanks, Professor Joseph. Thank you, the management of SCMS. I am a byproduct of a mother who believed in the capabilities of her daughters. We were not great. We were just, you know, very simple people like all of you sitting here with all the timidness, all the shyness, all the, you know, insecurities as to what will happen, how will things turn out to be, how would be future, what should do, what is the next step going to be. But there was always this one person behind both me and my sister who always told us that, try, let's see what happens. Monetarily, whatever happens on that aspect of it, I will support. So that was huge freedom for us as, you know, both sisters, and huge responsibility for us, like whatever money she's going to get to us, whether, you know, she's putting in education and all that, how do you really, you know, make value for her back? That was something which always, you know, kept us on track, I would say that. After finishing my graduation from here, when I went to Central University, I think that's the only time I went against, my mom said, no, you are not going out of the state for your higher studies. There is Cochin University here, why don't you study here? But I was like, no ma, I'm going. I mean, because there was always this perception that if you go out, you meet new people, you would improve your English. I mean, that was my basic thing when I went out. I can probably speak to people other than, you know, in Malayalam and improve my language, improve my Hindi. And that really turned out to be a good decision. It just happened, Tata Motors came into the campus, and I got hired to this particular organization. And here I would like to share one or two instances which has inspired me in that journey. Now the interview happened actually in Bombay House. And Bombay House is a place where Mr. Ratan Tata sits in the 4th floor. And we 6 of us are going to the 3rd floor for interview, and we are prepared in the ground floor, because anytime he would also, get into there is no separate lift for him. He can also get into the lift. And we were prepared an elevator speech, 2 lines we are supposed to by heart, and keep it with ourselves as to if he asks us some question, you're supposed to tell that out. Luckily, when we went up, nothing happened. And when we were coming down, me and Priya, I still remember, we both got into the lift, and he somehow barged in from the 2nd floor. And literally, you know how it happens, right? See, you see a movie star in front. Literally, your legs start shivering. And what is that elevator speech that has been taught? You don't know. I mean, as to why you're here. So he could understand that we are, not part of the regular, because we have that ID cards and all that. And he said, what's your name? Which cities you come from? So we both have come from Hyderabad. Nice, have a good time. So that was the first vision of a leader for us. And that time I made up my mind, if I'm working, somehow I will get into Tata Motors. I want to work with him, I didn't know he's in such a big position and I would be. So that was the first spark which came in as onto a leadership perspective. Then I'm also a product of different bosses who believed in me, who always said, Deepa, try karo na. Ye try karo, do this. Let's see what happens. So I know that Mr. Priyaranjan Jha, he was the head of PepsiCo for quite some time, and we had done a major initiative, and it didn't create the kind of response what it was supposed to. We had invested some money in that and all that. But how as a leader, he shielded the entire team, took that responsibility as to that ownership of the team. That was a huge learning. I said, if I am going to be a leader, I'm going to be somebody like this. And he'll always come and ask, Deepa, kya chal raha hai? Aur kya chal raha hai? This is his word. So it would, remove every other hassle which is there in your mind as a boss. Oh, boss hoga, so it will be like this, like that. So you are just free with him. You know that, you can always interact with him in a way. What are your concerns? What are your wishes, your dreams? Everything can always be discussed, and he's there to listen to you. So automatically what happened was that, that EQ quotient, emotional quotient, which is required for a leader, right? You all learned that as 4 quadrants and all that. You understand emotions of others and you understand emotions of yourself. So it all, start coming into you, not because you are great, but because of all the people, and you are ready to absorb all that within you. So keep your eyes and ears always open. That's something which I have done throughout my life. Now there was again a career dip. I mean, when I had to move out of my corporate, when I was doing really well in the organization, due to, I would talk about that probably if there is an opportunity comes up, due to some family constraint I had to drop. Now, you are getting back, it's called an off-ramp and on-ramp. I think HBR, there is an article about it in Harvard Business Review. So when you get back, where do you start? And I am going to come back to the industry and say that, okay, I was an AVP, so now you give me this particular role. Then only I want this minimum CTC and all that. I know that I've been unrealistic, and probably why should a corporate hire me back into the system? I have taken a long break. So that willingness to start from wherever you have fallen, I think Anisha was telling that very beautifully. That helped me to build it up, and then probably to be in a position where I am in right now. So that's my journey, Professor George. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We'll definitely come back to you regarding the career break and all that. But coming back to Anu Matthew, now I would like to put forward some statistics which I just came across. Now, anything and everything in this country begins with policy, and policy is initiated by government. So I was just going through the representation of the current lower house of parliament, the Lok Sabha. And before that, I would just put some figures. So 46%, 35%, 29%. Now these are the percentages of MPs in South Africa, UK, and the United States. Can you guess how much it is in India? Yeah, you're close. It's about 14%. So only 14% of the elected members of parliament are women. So that is as far as policy is concerned. Now let's come back to industry. And this is again from a study which was conducted by Business Standard and among 110 companies, of which 63 were multinationals. The average representation of women in India in the corporate sector is only 37%. Now my question to all three of y'all is, but I'll start with Anu Matthew, where exactly is the problem and what do we do about it?
Yeah, so I will just give you a little bit of a context. 37% is too good, actually. I think the labor force participation in India is, we stand, according to the UN, the data tells that we are at a 120th or so, which about 18 to 19 is our labor force participation totally. In the industry, I work in a company where there are multiple businesses, and that's a representation of what a typical multinational is. Sales and commercials, sales-related roles, have less than 10%. Functions like HR, finance, etc. will have about 40%. Technical roles, which is your engineers, will have 30%. And then you have servicing roles, which is your front ending, you go to your customers, that's like 6%. So see the spread of representation of women in our country in diverse domains or businesses or roles, okay? So that is the first problem that we have. Now the question you have is, fundamentally, there are certain roles, but go to a school, most of them are women teachers. Go to the hospital, nurses, most of them are women. There you have a reverse challenge that you don't have male nurses. In teachers, you very limited male teachers in schools. Professors are there in business schools who are male. I think I've seen that, but I don't know, here it's different. But there is a very different perspective of representation in diverse industries and diverse roles, primarily because of the stereotypical explanations that we give to the jobs. So when I go and hire women service engineers, the thing is, no, women can't do servicing. I said, if women can fly fighter planes, if they can do, take tractors and all, then why? This is I don't think there is a difficulty there. So the first thing is the stereotype and the bias that we have in our mind is the biggest challenge. The second piece is that we tend to underestimate the representation of women actually. Most of our household chores are actually done by women. In that way, women are out working, but their work is not captured in terms of the value that is created, because of which some of the statistics is actually not right. If you study the unorganized sector in India, I think there's nobody sitting at home. Very rarely. I think there's a joke that says that maybe unless and otherwise you are, I think the off-ramp and on-ramp conversation, etc., who can afford to sit at home? That is a question. And who wants to sit at home? That is another question. I'm sure with women, nobody wants to sit at home, ideally, unless and otherwise there's a pressing need to sit at home. So, the representation story, I'm giving a very different perspective. It's a little slightly philosophical. Women are working, but the work is not translated into value, which is why statistics is not in our favor. If your mother doesn't work at home, if your helper doesn't work, and you're not seeing people, most of the houses in India are, especially in Kerala, are closed because somebody is out. So then they are not, somebody is engaged. You go to the buses, they are all doing some activity. So economic activity of women are happening. But the value that is created by women is not captured in statistical terms or in monetary terms, because of which there are stereotypes which tell that, okay, women's representation is low, and hence we need to address that gap. So I am not giving a business answer. I am giving a reality that you're all, you're sitting here also, you're working. But how much value are you creating? That's not counted. So the way we look at data has to be relooked at one. The stereotypes in our mind should change that women are working somewhere, but what's the value that we give to them, and define the representation in that way. And also the third piece is, there is a lot that is happening in our minds with respect to women's working style and their motherhood biases. That if you're a mother, you can't do this, if you're doing this, all that. If that is actually taken care of, data can be tweaked. Reality is different. So that's my take on it. It's not a very conventional bookish answer. It's a very philosophical answer, which probably should ignite your minds and say that, hey, is my mother sitting at home idle? Only if I think when I'm going out to the office, I'm working lesser. Actually speak. And I love to go to my office because at home there are 5 different roles that I have to manage. Everything has an economic value attached to it. Either I'm making a decision, I am trying to save money in somewhere, I'm managing some conflict between children, all having but if I'm doing it at office, I get paid for it. I'm doing it at home, oh, you're not a good mother, you are not a good wife, you're not a good daughter-in-law, you don't know how to solve the domestic problems, you don't know how to wash vessels sometimes. So I think these are stereotypes that one has to manage just by these that say that, okay, women has to be working and there's a value that is created, etc. So that's my humble submission here.
Okay. Irrespective of the stats, I must say that SCMS is showing the way in terms of, gender diversity with a very strong representation of women. So let's give a big hand for that. Okay, so I would put the same perspective to Anisha, but from the entrepreneurial aspect. So how and when do we see more women coming into entrepreneurship? Is there a problem? I mean, I wouldn't say there is a problem. Is there a problem? Yes?
Oh, definitely there is a problem. Okay, let me, before I get into the entrepreneurial part of it, I'm a part of an NGO. I'm one of the co-founders of an NGO called Raising Our Voices Foundation. We do a lot of work with women and children, and we do gender sensitization program in various schools. And in one of the classes, this is one of the classes where I was physically present and I watched what happened. So there is a team from ROV that goes, so this was, I think, a 4th standard, 4th standard kids. So we asked the children, we gave them papers and said, draw a nurse, okay? 100% draw, they drew women, 100%. So it's a class with girls and boys. And the entire lot of them, I'm not even saying 98, I'm saying 100%, all of them drew girls. They said, draw a pilot. And then you have about 95% who will draw males. You draw firemen. And then you have 100% again drawing males. So we had a big discussion on this. At that age, we're talking of what? We're talking of 4th standard, 5th standard kids. They've been so conditioned. Not that their parents put anything into their mind, or maybe they did, or maybe they didn't. But the fact that these percentages are so clear, at that age, how did these children get so conditioned? That's a big question we need to ask. This conditioning, if it starts at that age, imagine as they keep growing, what is going on in their minds. So that is why we do this gender sensitization program. And when we have slides that put up, after the kids do this, we put up, male nurses, then we put up, pilots, female pilots, and then we put our Air Force, who's a female Air Force pilot, and the children are like, suddenly they're like, okay. And then the question we ask them, why didn't you draw a male? And they're not able to give an answer to that question. It goes back to conditioning, it goes back to patriarchy. Ultimately, it falls there. I have some statistics now to get back into the entrepreneurial part of it. Research has shown that companies with women CEOs are more profitable than companies with male CEOs. Come on, ladies, give an applause to that, okay? Research has shown, now we are talking of parameter, we are talking of data, we are talking of statistics. I'm going to repeat myself. Research has shown that companies with female CEOs outperform companies with male CEOs in terms of, let's take profitability, okay? Data has shown that 87% of 2021 Fortune 500 companies with female CEOs reported above average profits. So we're talking 87% of 2021 Fortune 500 companies. We're talking the best of companies. But out of the 500 companies, only 39 are female CEOs. Then the question comes up, no? Why? When the data is so clear that profitability, the women CEOs are able to outperform men CEOs when it comes to profitability. Out of 500 Fortune 500 companies, why is there only 39? Right? It's a big question. And we need to go back to that conditioning. You know, and let me also say, it's the mothers that have the greatest influence on this conditioning. Have the greatest influence. Now, when I say that, as a mother, when you have, kids, you have a daughter and a son. I have only a son, but when you have daughter and son, the statements that we make within the four walls, like, for example, you tell your daughter, you need to come back at 7 o'clock. You need to come back. She'll ask, why? It's unsafe there. After 7, you can't go. You need to come back, okay? And she might give a little more window to the son, right? So what has she done? She has conditioned her daughter's mind, saying that you need to come back at 7 o'clock. Otherwise, it is unsafe out there. And that is a repetition that happens in the home. But what she has done is she has just restricted her daughter in terms of growth prospects. Because you need to let go, that freedom to go out, to experience that, growth comes from that freedom. So mothers have a huge influence in conditioning. And that is something, every time I get an opportunity to talk to women, I always say, your statements define the growth of your daughters, how they are going to, because when they get married and they have children, what happens? Are they going to put across the same conditioning? And what do I say? It repeats itself, generation after generation. Now, new generation, there are amazing changes. We are seeing it actually happening. Okay, in our generation, let me say, yes, I've run a business, 22 years. Okay, I've built my business, I've crashed it 5 times, I've rebuilt it 5 times. I'm proud of it. But when I come back home, I still take care of the home. I still take care of everything. I'm part of 3 NGOs. I'm a founding team member of 2 of those NGOs. So what happens? I run my business, I still take care of my home, I still take care of, my kids, their requirements. I'm still part of NGOs. So it's this plus this plus this plus this. So what happens? Your health, your stress levels, it just doubles and doubles. And yesterday we did have this conversation about multitasking, right? The question, can women have it all? I'll say, let me tell you, no, women cannot have it all. It takes a toll on you at some point. You go through immense stress because you're running a business and you have you have to take care of your home, and then you have to take care of the kids, and then you have to take care of the elderly people. It's a this plus this plus this. It affects your health. So don't fall into this cliche of, my wife is a superwoman or my mother is a superwoman. We are not superwomen. We are ordinary women. We have our aspirations and we want to be financially free. We want to be empowered. So we do what we do. But don't let somebody call you and say you're a superwoman and add on to your stress, because you will land up in the hospital. Okay? So don't fall for that. Be very clear. And you know, when you get married also, at the first instance, make it very clear to everybody that household responsibilities will be shared. Children responsibilities will be shared. You need to share it. That is how, you know, that's how it affects generation after generation after generation. And that's how you can crack patriarchy. Okay, thank you.
I think the statistics which I have also kind of reinforce the point which you mentioned. So there was this survey which was conducted by the ILO, the International Labour Organization, and 2/3 of the companies which were surveyed agreed that diversity improved their business outcomes. So this is a survey by the ILO, and among others, it has 63% said increased profitability, 60% said more ability to attract and retain talent, and 20% of the companies said those which are having a gender balanced approach are profitable. So that is what the ILO says, so perfectly aligns with your point. Coming to Deepa, again, the same perspective, we come from the land of Indira and Indira Gandhi and Indira Nui. But why don't we have, what does it take to have more such leaders? What is your perspective?
I would say that all of us in our capacities are leaders. There need not be essentially, you know, a thought that, okay, whatever in the space I'm doing, is it comparable with somebody else who's doing it, or is she doing it better? Am I doing it better? That's going to probably land you up in, you know, imitating what the patterns they are doing, and then you probably thinking that I'm not doing that perspective right, or something like that. So from a personal perspective, anything I take up, I would have certain defined models which are there in my mind that I have learned over the experience. Now, I would divide that into 4 E's. Like, you are new to an organization, you know, what you do is you get the exposure. You spend about 2, 3 or 4 years, you get the experience. And then after that, you become a kind of an expert in that, and then there is an excellence which happens, and then you know that, okay, you can, and added with, I always talk about emotional quotient in any discussion which happens, because I think that leads you to the next level of leadership and leadership levels. And there are so many Indira Nuis in the space that we work at, but people don't talk about it. People don't, you know, they don't get the necessary recognitions. These kind of forums, we had done something like a change maker hub in our social initiative, where that is a group where from across all the slums, you know, where we have self-help groups, leaders come in, they share their perspectives, they are acknowledged on their initiatives, and then, you know, that gets documented and gets circulated. So these are, if that kind of initiative happens at the grassroots level, there can be a lot of motivation for them to get up to the next level, and probably create, you know, that kind of a space, inspire people below them, and why not another Indira Nui? So it need not be necessarily because, you know, all the support systems fell in place. So, you know, you are wherever, and a lot of interviews what I think Indira Nui has done, she said I was probably, I would say I was a failure as a mother, and I don't mind I mean, everybody's perspective is very different. So I think they need to be, there are many people around, they need to be heard, then the stories needs to be told, the support systems needs to be, you know, organization needs to put the support system properly in place so that more of them come up the ladder and experience what, you know, today probably in leadership, you know, can be of this thing to them. Now, one more data I would love to tell you is, since 2018, 472 companies have been penalized because they couldn't find a women director in their board. how can that be? So where is that leadership mandate? So you have put in 2013 in corporate governance as a system that this is the mandate, and if it is not percolated to organizations, and if that is not percolated to the middle level and lower level managers, and probably there is no proper leadership pipeline and no proper training to identify them and put you up there, this would be a very, prominent fact which will remain questioning our abilities to create leaders in different levels. So that's a thought I would love to leave you with.
Sir, I would like to add, it's a very interesting question. Sorry, I'm just jumping the gun. You don't need a lot of Indras and Indras actually. You yourself are Indras and Indras in your own world. It is very difficult. In a 50,000 member organization, only one becomes a CEO. In a 5,000 member team, only one becomes a CEO. In a 1.4 billion populated country, only one Indira Gandhi came at that point in time. So the probability is very low to become that number one. But there is one great Anisha who's actually done, I'm just giving an example, who's done excellent work. She's a CEO herself. You yourself sitting on your chairs are amazing CEOs of tomorrow on the initiatives that you drive. So rather than having icons, how do you make yourself an icon is the goal. You can have role models, imbibe, they're there, but don't try to be them. You try to be the best of you, to be the CEO of your own prescribed subjective definition. These are objective definitions. I think I am a CEO not by my role, but I like what he said, multitasking, mother, 5 different roles, 5 different perspectives, daily from the morning, navigating Bangalore traffic to go. All those things are some of the biggest achievements. It's equal to flying a plane. So you define whether you want to be that unique person to stand out. And then assume that you are the CEO. And that is, you can have icons, but don't try to imitate them and be the master of your world.
Okay, I'll remain with you, Anu Matthew. Now, so where do we go forward from here, right? Now, a phrase which is often used in terms of B school ecosystem and industry is the industry-academia gap, right? And you have been in talent acquisition. I'm sure you have a lot of experience and a lot of points to say on this. So what is your perspective on how do we, obviously there is a gap. I think that is something which, how do we now reduce this as much as possible and at the earliest? I mean, we don't have employment is again a big challenge today. So how do we actually get this gap in order?
First, I will talk about the big gap that is there. There is no scientific study that is relating to the job opportunities that we have in the country, in different sectors, to the supply that is coming out. It's a very ambiguous state of supply-demand mismatch. Okay, so we ask our students to do internship. Is there a mathematical formula which actually tells how many of them can get an internship in an MNC, in a company of this size and scale, or at this sector? Totally unpredictable. It's not there. So statistically, mathematically, evaluate, and that's a study that one should do before you get into a placement season. What's the probability of our students getting, and then the student, it's not a professor-driven one, it's a student-driven one. How much of us can get placed? What's the probability of our students getting placed in a scenario like this? By studying data of new jobs that's posted by companies, new jobs, 0 to 1 year experience jobs that is posted by job websites, and say, what's the statistical probability? that will actually help you to find out the quantity of the problem, that can they get placed. That is one. Second is, we talk about internships. What are they ultimately doing in the organizations? Rather than industry doing, and I think at that point in time, when we all did internship, I know that 20% did it very well. The others were just, and even today I see, not everybody is as serious or having that kind of a learning from an internship, because some of the robust internships are very few, well structured, well outcome, well manured engines that runs this internship program. So that's a big gap with the industry, because industry doesn't have so many people to train these youngsters. They just send them to the place and ask them to figure out and say, okay, free internship. They sit on a chair with a laptop, bring your own device, start working. What are they working on? Some time and motion study. Why time and? Just for the sake of it, a sake of submitting a report, versus how can you reduce it? Can we incubate business-like scenarios in the curriculum? I still remember, I don't remember the internship that I did. I went and did some, I think one I remember that was for BPL that I did. And it was a tough one. It's a primary market research. The other one was with a credit card sale in one of the banks. But I still remember the entrepreneurship session that Professor Ignatius taught us, and how I still remember that how I didn't achieve the break-even in my 5 years, and that actually stopped my aspiration to become a businesswoman, an entrepreneur. I can never, I think, I got so stuck in the presentation that my break-even analysis turned out to be a disaster, that even after 5 years, my business is not going to make profit. So then I stopped thinking about being an entrepreneur. Incubating business-like scenarios. How do you recruit talent? You have an open position. You have a position for a professor. How do you recruit? 5 people go and search. How do you do an employment engagement initiative for this organization? 10 people do that. Is there and try to incubate business-like scenarios within your ecosystem as close as possible, so that your experience in the workplace is replicated. And you have some mentors from the industry guiding you. Okay, mentors guiding you, because they can come and do voluntary guiding. In the organizational ecosystem, there are so many restrictions. But there are mentors who can come in and help them and gain acceleration. So, long story short, there's only quantitatively this much industry can provide. Study that math. The remaining has to be incubated using real business scenarios in your own academic ecosystem to gain the expertise, and probably do a comparison of people who graduated from the office to people who graduated from the workplace, and say what skills and technical competencies and behaviors did they inculcate through the entire exercise. I am sure with 90% predictability I can say it will be comparable. So that is an answer to these demand-supply gap and the skill gap to the roles that I would envision.
I mean, thanks to NEP, and we are also on this, we have started off on this journey at SCMS, on this experiential learning journey, so which exactly includes the business incubation, the business case study, a different way of learning rather than just going by the book and the classroom. So that is something which we have started on, and
another thing, sir, yeah. I think internships, there's so many gigs available in the market today. Students should not sit idle. They should reach out to as many gigs as possible when they are studying. You have class from 9 to 6 and some assignments for 2 hours. You should see if you can work for 2 hours on any piece, any work, part-time jobs, part-time gigs. And that's the order of the day. There are so many websites where these gigs are available. And it can be selling something, but engage in those kind of real market experiences so that it adds value to you as an individual. It's like your doctor. Why do doctors do house surgeons? But they are actually, or the nurses, professional course, they're actually out there. So you should also think about doing these part-time gigs as much as possible. One, you become financially independent. Second, you gain that experience, which is much better than any B school classes trainings, and learn to be on your own. So just another aspect.
My question to Anisha is where we left off in terms of the skilling. So how do organizations, how do we as an organization inculcate this culture of skilling up, especially in soft skills? I mean, you have been there in that field, so
Yes.
could you tell us something?
Okay, but I'd like to add a little more to
Sure,
what
sure.
Anu spoke. I love the fact that you use the word experiential. Now, that is the key word for the methodology of training. What has happened is we are teaching the way we were taught and doesn't work anymore. That's the reality. We have to change the method simply because whatever's said and done, the social media outside is far more interesting than the teacher. And that's the reality. And no matter what the teacher does, the teacher simply cannot compete with an Instagram video. So let's accept that. So which it basically means we need to completely change methods. And I'm so happy with the current NEP policy. I've read through the entire policy. I've never been so happy that, you know, the entire methodology is being changed. It's getting into experiential, it's getting into activity-based, it's getting into result, you know, completely result-oriented. Just to give you an example, you know, I was part of TIE. When I first joined TIE in 2016, by the way, I was the second woman to be invited to join TIE. They're all patriarchal organizations, you know, with 100+ members. And I went on to bring about 8 to 9 other women to join TIE. And when Indu joined, you know, as a charter member in TIE, and she was saying, Anisha, you know, should I said, no, please be a part of TIE, because that's how you end up breaking, you know, patriarchy. More women have to be a part of these patriarchal organizations. Anyway, coming back to the point, I was entrusted with creating a training model to train entrepreneurial skill set to children between 14 to 17. So because we do a lot of training models for corporates. We do, you know, 1 year, 6 year training programs for large companies. So for me, that was easy. I mean, I could do that. And now I'm thinking, children between 14 and 17, my goodness, getting them to sit in one place and listen to you is going to be the biggest challenge. So how do we do this? How do we teach entrepreneurial skill sets? So I, you know, completely changed the model. I said 80% activities. So create a model which is highly engaging. It's no more classroom setting. It is only facilitation. That means the teacher is not teaching anything. Teacher is only creating an environment of learning. And create a model whereby the children engage between themselves. So we created, you know, we made them into groups. We, you know, we had a CEO. Each group had a CEO, marketing head, finance head. And then we focused on identify a real problem and identify a real solution to the problem with a product or service, and go deep into doing customer validation. Go deep. Customer validation means talking to at least 50 customers or 100 customers, find out whether they will actually buy the product or not. Come back and make changes to your product, and then as a team you need to present it, and you know the audience should want to invest in your company. So we created this training model, and the complete game changed. It's what do I say? It's an experiment. We started off as an experiment, and I have to say I have been amazed at the end result, because what the children came out with, the kind of innovation, the kind of products. I can explain the umpteen number of products, these innovative products children have come out with. Then we are talking of what age group? 9 standard, 10 standard kids. We just changed methodology. There was no teacher standing and teaching anything. It's just an environment of learning. There were certain areas that we touched upon. Children were given the free hand, and then they had to present. And I have to say, we initiated this in the government schools 3 years back. And we did it ends in a business plan competition. And I'm very proud to say that the government school team, okay, what we did is, when I initiated this to the government school, I removed the language barrier. I said, you can present in English or in Malayalam. It doesn't matter because language has no, has nothing to do with entrepreneurship. But the government team, the government school team, they won the competition between all the private schools. We had I'm not going to name the private schools. We had top private schools. We had multiple government schools. The government school team won the Kerala competition, and I was terrified because they could hardly speak in English. Now they have to go for a global competition, competing with 32 other chapters around the world, and we're talking of best of private schools in US and Dubai and Australia, and how do we get our children to do this? But let me tell you, the government school team, they worked so hard. I mean, they would get up at 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock. They went out of their way. They said they will do it in English. Amazing effort. We supported them in every way possible. And the team went on to get into the best 8 in the international competition. Okay? It was a huge learning. It was a huge learning to us. It was a huge learning that it had nothing, it's not about your curriculum, it's one is the fire in your belly. Okay, private schools are bombarded with so many activities, so many opportunities. These children don't get any of that. And they got one opportunity. They were out there to prove their capability. And it was a huge, huge learning. And today, the program is open to all the government schools. So that is, I just wanted to share this because this is a business school here. You change methodology, you will see transformative change. Go into experiential, go into completely activity-based. I would put a percentage of 80-20. 80% experiential activities which are outcome-focused, and 20% should be theory.
Thank you. A very important aspect or component of our B School curriculum is the social outreach. And that is my next question to Deepa. So we believe in developing, creating ethical leaders, socially responsible leaders. And now you are part of a project which is into early intervention for children with disabilities, right? So could you tell us something about that? So.
Before that, I would like to add on to what the other panelists were talking about the MBA curriculum. So there was always this thought when I was also doing my MBA. I did my MBA after my corporate stint. If there was a possibility that MBA institutes mandatorily tell all the students that 2 years after they finish the course and move out, they will have to come back to the campus, present to the juniors and to the teachers out there what they've been doing, what has been their learning, and what has been the kind of, from knowledge, what is the skill that they have developed on the field. I think that can be a big what would be the carrot there is, I know how much is it an operational issue. I'm sure it would be issue in terms of giving the certificate and all that, but there should be some carrot which should be given to them saying that, okay, 2 years later, if you're going to come back and you're going to say this is what the final thing should look like. And that can be a humongous learning, and I'm sure, panels like this will not be needed because your own people are going to go onto the field and get back to you and say that, see, this is where, if this would have been done in this way, it would have been better. This is what we have learned from the market. This is what is required right now from the market. So I think that is one suggestion I had to share along with the other panelists. Now, social outreach, just to give you an idea of the kind of work that we do, we have, we run adoption centers in Chennai. We had a child in 2020 who came to us who had level 2 cerebral palsy. Now, I hope I have time, this child, when he came to us, he was 3 days old. His name is Karunakaran, I still remember. We sent him to a hospital, and then he was diagnosed with this condition, and he was sent for regular therapies. We did therapy for him for about 8 to 9 months, spent close to about 18 to 90,000. And by the time he got adopted, he got adopted an Italian parents. Still there is a taboo, a stigma around adopting child with special needs. Indian parents still don't adopt. So this child got adopted to Italian parents, and today, after 2.5 years, 3 years, I think 2021, he got adopted. Today he's a swimmer, doing extremely well. So that is when this question came to us as to, we see disability, right? I mean, there can be a person who's in our home who's like 40 years old, 45 years old, who might have a disability. We might see small children in our family who's having disability, and that is when all our thought around disability started. And we found that early intervention is the key. There is a saying in Malayalam, "Anjilu valayathadu, ambadilu valayilla." So that is so true, because scientifically, neuroplasticity and all those papers have proved that if you are able to intervene within 5 years of their life stage, majority of these conditions, there can be 80% outcome improvement in their condition. So we went onto the field and try and understood from all the NGOs, like, what is the option available for marginalized community for whom the daily wage is very important. Spending an 80,000 for a child, and this is not like once in it's not like a flu medicine. You have it one time, it is over. It's not like that. So the therapy has to be done at least 3 days in a week. So what is the possibilities and what are the kind of opportunities and facilities available? So everyone, including government institutions, government have beautiful systems. They told us that 96%, like if 100 children are there, 95 of them don't come back because parents are not able to bring the child back for therapy. So you know the condition, but you are just not able to do anything about that child, and they are left to whatever the condition they are in. And then we started on research, and we thought that a mobile-based therapy would be the kind of solution that we would be running. So we have 4 such buses today, buses fitted with entire therapy equipment. So it's a running physiotherapy, occupational therapy, speech therapy unit. It goes to all the slums. We don't call it slums anymore. It's called Tamil Nadu Urban Habitat Board. We go to all these places. We go to their houses. We cover about 180 village in Chengalpet district. Till today, we have screened close to 20,000. We are 2.5 years into the project. 20,000 children. We treat about 260 children in these buses. Close to 320 children are under our monitoring in the different stages of disability. So, and 72 of them has got discharged from our system. And in that, about 45 of them go to regular schools today. And it is such a, don't go by because disability as a concept, it takes time for children to recover from the condition. So these 45 children would not have been into the mainstream education hadn't we not been, or any NGO who would have done that kind of work on the field. So this is the impact that, so probably then we connect them to vocational institutes. They come to the regular, kind of a career path, and there are specific, patterns and paths decided for them, and they get into the regular scheme of, earning, learning, then earning, and all that. So this is what basically we at Unico Housing Finance, the CSR of Unico of Housing Finance does. Because I'm sure talent acquisition, everybody understands, running, what Anisha does, everybody understands, but I thought it was important for me to share this particular model with you all. Now, we almost, 30, we have about 35 employees with us right now, and 95% of them are of all of your age groups, okay? They are the Gen Zs, or the privileged, or the swipe-up generation, or the hassle-free generation. And I am such a proud boss to all of them, because they are a mine of knowledge, mine of information, a golden mine, I would say, okay? So always these kind of, conversations happen whenever I attend any of these. Ma'am, how do you manage? I mean, it's so difficult. They tried, they don't stay back, and all that. So it is, it's a generational issue. I mean, 10 years or 15 years back, there was a millennial issue. Everybody said millennials were lazy and, entitled and all that, right? Now they say Gen Z is something like that. So it's it's a time. It's a time that, we are in, and are we equipped enough and to handle that? The problem is not you. Problem is probably, who's sitting in this side, and where do you find a connect? So that is where we identify our, connect. So moment they come into our system, or before even we hire them, we send them on a 1 week paid, field visits wherever we work. And that is when they understand what is the kind kind of work we do, what is the possibilities, whether their, inner, self is motivated enough to work in that kind of circumstances, whether there, there are 3 aspects of it. Today, what you need is entertainment, excellence, and also work-life balance, right? 3. I mean, in our generation, or probably in my generation, it was only excellence, and then work-life balance came. Today, everything is required. So how do I provide that? That is very important. So once they come back, they are ready. Like, ma'am, yes, we are going ahead. It's not that everybody comes back and say that no, I would join. No, we have had more, people who said that no, ma'am, we'll go out, then we'll come back later. So these are some of the practices that we do in our organization to ensure that there is that kind of a connect which happens. Now, the leadership, growth perspective. Till today, CSR has been looked at any company as doing good. Oh, CSR, you're in CSR, oh, you're doing good, great job. Nobody talks about a shared vision. Where is that a company who goes back and says, see, with the money or the 5% that is coming in, I'm doing so many things in the field to marginalized community. You go back to your customers and tell that this is what the money that is coming to the organization is doing on the field. So indirectly, you are also becoming part of the social cause that we are in. So we have regular connect programs where our employees go to the field, experience that, the field, and probably I wouldn't call it an experiential learning, but they would, understand what is the impact they are creating by working with the organization, and are able to communicate that directly to the consumers on the field. So I think those things can definitely help in terms of scaling up and getting CSR onto the forefront. And another, always a doubt, I mean, I'm still to look at, probably Anu can let me know, always from different functions, people go to CSR. From CSR, anybody else going to other function? I think probably AI as a technology should be used today for unconscious bias to be taken out in, career paths and move. We can look at job rotations across the roles. Thank you.
Thank you. Talking of Gen Z, and they constitute the largest generation to ever live in India. So anyhow.
Some stats on that. I think 34% is the workforce going to be in 2030, yes. And their earnings close to 200 billion is what they're going to contribute, and about 860. Come on, you're all can be proud. You're going to be the future. And we always have this talk, in disability space. There is nothing about us without us. So I think it's a concept, as such we need to follow. And another common term we always talk about is problem or problem. People are not problem. So if we look at something like that, I think it can give a different perspective.
On a different note, the Indian consumption story is going to be driven by Gen Z. So a wonderful discussion, a very passionate discussion. We could go on and on, but then I think we are running out of time. Do we have time for one question from the audience? Yeah, so audience is up to you, yeah.
My question is to Anisha, ma'am. You said freedom does not be given, but to be used by each You said freedom is not be given, but to be used by each individual. So my doubt is, do you think women has to do things twice as good as men to be said half as good?
In the current scenario, yes. Okay. The statement I made is, because because I hear, youngsters, or for that matter, I've heard, some of my old friends also telling me, making statements about freedom, it has to be given, the women always say freedom has to be given to me. I say the Constitution of India gives you freedom. You're an adult. You take it. Nobody has to give it to you. Take your freedom, okay? Apply your skill sets and be financially free, because only then can you make decisions that will impact your own life. Otherwise, you will be living other people's lives. It could be your father, it could be your husband, it could be your son at a younger age, at a later age. So you want to make decisions to impact your own lives, you have to take the freedom. And what you said is correct. Women have to work twice as hard to prove themselves. And I believe your generation is going to change that. Please make sure that your generation, changes that.
In the workplace, I never had to do twice as smart as my fellow male colleagues. The outcomes are very clear. We all work towards those outcomes, okay? So, very, very honest opinion. Any work which was given to you, it was done well, just like anybody else. In those cases, I was thinking, I did, I never faced a problem there. Even when I was in the school, I would say, this is a very classic example, there were 48 boys and 6 girls. I can never be heard. Nobody will listen to me. But I will do my duty the best. It's not twice as hard. I will do it at my best of capabilities. In the workplace also the same ratio happens. One person on the board, one person in the, but you will do your best. It's not twice. You will be at your best. I can't do 2x. But the freedom to do was my choice. I could have been quiet. I could have been listening and taking orders. But I was always very, very driven by, I need to do something. I need to be heard. So, and nobody stopped me from that. Be it at home, or my spouse, or my husband's family, or my managers, or my children, or the community that I had, even if they said, I never cared. So I think that's my 2 cents on this, that did I have to do twice efforts? Absolutely no. I just did it the way it had to be and put my best on the ground, and it worked out.
Can I add to this? Anu, I totally accept what you said in terms of you don't have to work twice as hard, but we have some of our charter members in TiE Kerala. They run some of the biggest businesses of Kerala. They are part of SCMS, and I've had conversations. And this was a conversation that was very interesting to me. So I don't want to put names, but he was very proud of the fact that, Anisha, 46% of my workforce is women, and I'm so proud of it. And I said, congratulations, that's fantastic. So I said, what level? So he said, they're all, mid-managerial level. And I said, what is the percentage who is in the top leadership? And then he went quiet. I said, you've done your statistics, that is why you know the exact figure of 46%. Now tell me, what is the percentage in the top leadership? And he said, less than 5. The question comes back. 46% of the workforce is women in his company. We're talking of the 6,000 people, okay? And he's very proud of it, and I agree, he needs to be proud of that. But what happens from there? What happens? Why is it less than 5% when we talk of top leadership? If you look at 500 nifty companies, the best of companies in India, only 5% have women CEOs. It's already, data has proven that women CEOs outperform men when it comes to profitability. Then the question comes back, why does this happen? Anyway, I just wanted to, put this across.
Yes, no, I think I operated in Bangalore and cities outside of Kerala. So probably that's a conditional factor which is changing my perspective. I have just very little work done, in my professional career here. But here also, I did not face many challenges, but maybe that is why I am colored by my perception a little bit that it was not difficult. Okay, it was achievable. That's my.
Maybe you could take the discussion offline. Okay, time for one more question, or can we? Okay, so it's been an absolutely wonderful discussion, and I have thoroughly enjoyed myself. I'm sure the audience also agrees with me. So, thank you from the bottom of our hearts. Thank you, Anu Matthew. Thank you, Anisha Cherian. Thank you, Deepa Murli. And thank you so much for being a part of this wonderful discussion. Yeah.
This was an insightful session. Before we move on to the closing note, I request Dr. Indu Nair of SCMS Group of Education Institution to hand over the mementos to our esteemed guests, Ms. Anu Matthew, Ms. Anisha Cherian, Ms. Deepa Murli, and Mr. George Joseph.
These mementos are customized and made by the differentially abled creative young minds of Dakshin Creatives Urja. Urja is an organization that empowers and nourishes the lives of the differentially abled through extensive training program and identification of workspaces.
With this, we have come to an end to the session. We'll break for lunch and meet back at 2 p.m. Thank you.
Welcome to this afternoon session on resilience, well-being and work-life balance for women leaders. Today, we will explore the unique challenges and opportunities that women leaders face in navigating their professional and personal lives. In a world where leadership demands often collide with personal responsibilities, fostering resilience and prioritizing well-being is crucial. Women in leadership positions frequently encounter the double burden of balancing career aspirations with family obligations, which can lead to stress and burnout. As we delve into this topic, empower women to reclaim their time, set healthy boundaries, and cultivate a supportive network. I invite you all to engage openly as we explore actionable strategies that can lead us with strength and authenticity. Together, let's create a supportive space where we can learn from one another and inspire each other towards greater well-being.
It is my honor to introduce our speaker for today, Dr. Ranjana Varghese. Dr. Ranjana Varghese is the Dean of External Programs at SCMS Cochin, is a versatile expert in OB, HR, economics, and cybersecurity. A former censor board and Doordarshan preview board member. She is passionate about empowering people, diversity, equity, and inclusion, startup evaluation, and environmental advocacy. Her doctoral research from Cochin University of Science and Technology on the political empowerment of the elected women representatives from Kudumbashree in local self-government institutions in Kerala was one of the first of its kind in Kerala. Her wide-ranging interests include media, writing, women, and gender studies. Ma'am, I welcome you to the stage and we look forward to your insights.
So good afternoon, everyone. Okay, so I'm sure post-lunch session, and especially sometimes when you're forced to sit in some sessions, it might be a little challenging for all of you. And I see a mix of females and males here, and I see a lot of Gen Z folks. So I don't know where I want to club myself as, but I was actually telling Radha ma'am and Indu ma'am that whatever age or whatever however we are getting old, probably we will always remain young at heart. Okay, so first and foremost, I would like to thank AIMS, Association of Management Schools, and SCMS and Indu ma'am and Radha ma'am for inviting me for such a wonderful topic of discussion, which is again related to, and then first of all, having the courage to have a conference like this, where you're talking about women academic leadership. And incidentally, what happens is, it takes a lot of courage. I know a lot of people who are sitting in the back you're all final year students or first year students? First year students. So have fun now, because the life out there is not going to be very easy. I'm sure all of you would have heard a lot of things. Whether you're a man or a woman, I don't think it's a very, very easy place. So all these things which we have been discussing from yesterday is not just for women alone, it is for everyone, okay? But then, yeah, women, we have been seeing a lot of stats and we have been seeing a lot of numbers from yesterday. Today also in the just previous panel discussion, George sir was mentioning about a lot of statistics. The panelists were mentioning about a lot of statistics. So that's the reality. That's something which we have to understand. So my topic for today is resilience, well-being, and work-life balance. And I have put a question mark against, it's actually the whole topic as per the brochure is resilience, well-being, work-life balance for women leaders. So when I was typing the title, I was a little doubtful, because I went and checked some of the statistics and some of the things which I knew, but then just to reconfirm myself was, there aren't many women leaders, right? And I'll show you some of the statistics, because in a conference like this, probably everyone is showing statistics, so let me also show some stats. There could be some kind of duplications as well. And so that is why I put it in bracket and a question mark there, as to, are there women leaders? And incidentally, thanks to the MC who introduced me, I happen to do one of the pioneering researchers from Cochin University on elected women representatives in the local self-government institutions in Kerala. Okay, so, okay, let me post a question to the young generation here. What is the percentage of reservation for women in local self-government elections? Tell me. Is there any reservation? 10? Local self-government institutions. 33. I'm sorry, in Kerala? 8. Nice. The girls said 33%, boys said 8%. So, I'm sorry, it is 50%. Okay, for local self-government institutions, it is 50%. And then, you know, you see, and probably all these reservations have come in just to make sure that women are getting empowered. So while we were having lunch, we were actually discussing about this, and one of the things that I have noticed during my PhD was that there are a lot of proxies happening. Okay, so people are hunting for women to come and be be a candidate for the local self-government institution, whether it is a panchayat, whether it is a municipality, whatever it is. And then incidentally, one of the things, or else, you know, they will be very party-oriented, politically oriented, etc. But then they find it very difficult to strive in the whole scenario, whole ecosystem. So I happen to be part of all these things, and I remember, you know, again, let me just start from before moving on to what is resilience, what is well-being, and I would want, do you get, you know, SCMS, do you get the freedom to use mobile phones in your classroom? No. Okay, so for a change, in this session, I'll ask you to take out your mobile phones. Not now, please wait, I'll tell you when to use the mobile phones. You can take out the mobile phones and we'll do a quick survey as well. Maybe we'll start out from that. So all the males or all the females, maybe this question is, for the first question which I'm going to ask you is not for the male folks here, it's probably for the women folks, and my question is about okay, so what you have to do is like, this is for the women folks, and those people who haven't, so this is something called as menti.com, MENTI. So please take out your mobile phones, and no problem for the female students. You can actually rephrase this question as, the question is how is being a woman helped you in a career? Being a woman helped you in your whole life so far? So the students here can answer likewise. You have to log on to menti.com, MENTI.com, and use the code. Is it visible from the back? Okay, 65294390. Do you get it on the phone? Yes? So you can post anything, whatever you feel. It can be passion, it can be, how did it help you? 1 word, 2 words. You can put in any words. There are 3 options, I guess. How has it helped you? I'm sorry, I'll have questions for the male folks here. I'm sorry, this is only for the women because it's a women conference, so I thought I'll kick off with the first woman question. So I'll have questions for the males also here because resilience, well-being, and work-life balance is not just for women alone. It can be for men as well. Okay? Oh, someone has put in pain. Interesting. Tear? God. I'm surprised whether it's a career woman who is putting that or it's a student. Then I think the meanings change. Okay? Ensured the safety. So the question is, how being a woman helped you in your career? Priority? Talent? So it's a word cloud which is going to come in here and we will see some, you know, strong keywords evolving out of this. And financial independence, wow, nice. Interesting. Talent, independence, confidence, opportunity, willpower, building good relationships. You needn't full the, I mean, there are 3 options. You can maybe put only one. You don't have to put it. Have all the students out there also filled in? Girl students? Or the boys want to put in, you can also. Maybe it's about your sister, it's about your mom, it's about your cousin. Confidence, power, talent. I'm liking the words that is coming out. It's very interesting. Building good relationship. Emotional intelligence. Wow, nice. Backbone, commitment, better understanding. Okay. Financial independence again, willpower. Looks like people are copying from this and typing or something like that. Very used to copying in the examinations, kind of, is it? Okay. Searching for the right words. Supportive. Many people have written better understanding, willpower, confidence, balance. Okay. So let's stop here now. And for those who have written pain, tear, I don't know what is the emotional thing that is going on behind you with respect to whether being a woman and being part of your career or being part of your life so far. I think we don't have to be guilty about that at all. Being a woman is our strength. Man or a woman, you are a human being. So I think that's a big strength for us, okay? So, so I'll just go to, so we have one more question here, which again is for, some of you have actually filled it because it is actually going to the next one, because I'll display it. This is again also, the first questions are only for women. I would like to be known as a superwoman. So that is the basic general thing. Feeling an obligation to present an image of strength. Okay, I'm just wanting to get the pulse of all the women folks here. What is it that is going through all of you? Resistance to being vulnerable. A drive to succeed despite limited resources. It's about whether you agree or disagree. But the whole context is about whether you want to portray as a superwoman. Interestingly, we have people fluctuating and almost feeling an obligation to present an image of strength. So we'll come to that, because when you are going to be, I think in the previous panel, Ms. Anisha had mentioned, when you want to portray as a woman of strength, it's taking a lot of toll on you. There is something called as well-being there. There's something called as work-life balance. There is something called as resilience. So we will try and see whether we have to actually be a superwoman or we don't do that. Okay? A drive to succeed despite limited resources. Strongly agree. That's a drive, yeah, correct. Okay, so we will stop the poll here. You will have other occasions over this time. We will have other occasions also to take out your mobile phones and do the poll. I'll just quickly go to some statistics which I have been talking about. Okay, so since this is about academic leadership, I have some statistics here with respect to the percentage level of assistant professors and how much do they rise up. So incidentally, this is as per the AISHE by the Ministry of Education of Government of India, which is a 2021-2022 survey, wherein I could not get the latest one. So it actually says that 44.41% of assistant professors are female, but these numbers further decreased to 37.85 and 29.52% at the level of associate professors and professor respectively. So for those who are not familiar with the academia, this is a promotion criteria. So you start up with an assistant professor, you go to associate professor, you go to the professor level. So very clearly the stats say that, yes, intake level, there are a lot of females, but then as you go higher, are women getting promoted or not? And why isn't that the women are not getting promoted? So I think we are still in a very, very, very patriarchal society sometimes, wherein there are different cultures coming in. There is a lot of societal taboos which are there, which says that, yeah, women needn't be promoted. Yeah, we are giving them jobs and that's enough. We are giving them whatever you called as financial independence. We are giving them whatever you called as confidence. But then are we promoting them as leaders? So this is a case with earlier panel discussion had mentions about statistics. People were from the industry. They said leadership positions, in fact, women are not coming to the leadership position, which is not, it is the same with respect to academia as well, right? So now, okay, I probably have some personal example to comment here. I come from a family of academicians where my father is a retired principal of a prestigious college in Kerala, and my mom is a retired professor. Okay, father was in economics and my mom was in chemistry. Now, and I happen to be the second child of the family. I have an elder brother and a younger sister. So I seem to be the person who is very outspoken in the family. And I remember once when my mom came for the open house to my school, my class teacher told my mom, Ranjana is so outspoken that she will suffer in her life. So my mom was taken aback, and mom said, I cannot do anything with that. It comes from the genes. So there is nothing to do about it. Now, if you ask me whether I have suffered, I have not suffered, but it was not an easy task for me to go ahead because I was always having this, she's a female. So any meetings I go, I try and go and think that, I should not speak in the meeting, but then I speak, or I have an opinion. And I know that people don't like it at times. But then I know that sometimes people actually depend on me for getting things done. So if you ask me, again, do I like it? I don't regret it. But then the moment that you think that you have to be very popular among people, you have to be the good cop, that is where your stress level starts rising up. As long as you're not doing anything to harm any other person, as long as you're not doing anything against what is something illegal or anything against the society or something like that, please go ahead and do and make a change in the human beings. Make a change in the world. That's what your policy should be. Because ultimately at night you have to be, you should be able to sleep peacefully. That's what you have to be keeping in mind. That's irrespective of your gender. Be a good human being. And again, coming back to my parents, now this outspoken girl of 5th standard, and when I was in my 9th standard is when my father got my doctorate. So I've been seeing my father, because academic scenario, we need a doctorate and all. So I've been seeing my father doing his work for the doctorate and things like that. So he used to have in our 2nd floor, he used to have an office room where he used to be sitting there working on his research and things like that. So his PhD was awarded. So we all knew that what is a PhD and all. And then one day when we were having dinner one night, I asked my mother, Amma, why don't you think of getting a DR in front of you? And I remember my mom's answer still now, and till now also I teases her for that. If I had gone and tried to get because there is something called as faculty improvement program. So my father had to, take a leave from the college and then entirely dedicate. See, research is not easy for those people who are here, for the students. Please understand research is not easy. So my mother said, if I had gone for research, it would have been very difficult to take care of the family. She was not talking about the financial part or anything, but I still remember we 3 kids. And let me be very, very, very clear for everyone here. Teaching is not an easy job. I come from industry background. I spent my 5 to 6 years in Infosys. Later, after that, I moved to telecom. I was in Idea Cellular Limited. After that, I moved to teaching. Now, if you ask me which is the most tedious job among the 3, if you ask me, I personally love all the jobs, but on a measurement scale, if I am supposed to answer, I would say teaching. Why? Because teaching is a 24-hour job. the teachers that you, especially, I'm telling this to the students here, you should respect your teachers more, not just on September 5th. Because, do you know all the, because I have seen my mom where, no, she used to, and then we stay in, I come from the capital city of Kerala, where those days, that is where the government offices are. That is where the only airport of Kerala was. And both my father and mother were from a small village. So anyone, and then secretariat, okay, any office things, AG's office, anything, hospitals, medical college. So anything from the hometown of my mom and father, everyone used to stay at our house. So my mom had to take care of the guest, ensure that, and she's a working woman. She's a chemistry professor in a college. She needs to go next day morning, take a 9 o'clock class for the pre-degree and the degree students and the MSc students, and she cannot make a fool of herself in front of them. She cannot say that yesterday night I had 5 guests at my home. One was a cancer patient, one was a person who is flying to Abu Dhabi, because they all come with all those things. And then she needs to ensure that we 3 are also fed. We 3 also have to be sent to school. And then I have seen many times my mother starting her preparation at 11 o'clock in the night, ensuring that everyone is asleep. She will go to the dining table, she will sit there. I still have, whenever I go home, and she used to make notes. They did not have computer or laptops or mobile phones then, like what we are doing right now. We make PPTs, we make Word documents, etc. And now the notebooks have changed to PPTs or Word documents, but otherwise, all your teachers here, especially in the academic field, I would say, you kind of heave up, you are so relieved that you are going out of your office, but then go home, and all the women leaders or all the women folks, women people in the academia, as they drive back home, or probably they are sitting here, thanks to Swiggy or thanks to Zomato or Instamart or whatever it is, what is it for dinner today? Tomorrow morning breakfast, tomorrow lunch. Saturdays, Sundays are cooking sprees for us because we need to make sure that vegetables are cut and put on the fridge so that, I'm just telling you the reality, okay? This is what life is. I think you would have seen if your mom is working, you would have seen this happening at your home as well, because I see a lot of students here. That's why I'm connecting to you people and trying to say that. So now, it's not easy. I'm not talking about Indira Nooyis or Indira Gandhi or whatever. They would have a lot of support systems. They may have. Common, normal ladies, common man, common woman, what is the support system they have is a question. Now, I would say, see, there comes resilience. Okay, so I will probably skip. So this is again from an industry perspective. This was again mentioned here. McKinsey report is there, where you see in the entry level, the women folks are so high. But as it grows up, there is this glass ceiling always. But then there was this kind of a directive that you should have women in the boards. Then suddenly companies started getting people on the boards. I am on the board of certain organizations just because I'm a woman. And interestingly, if you had asked me to probably fill the word cloud which you people filled, I would say I have got a lot of privileges because I was a woman. The MC had announced, I happen to be a Film Censor Board member, Central Board of Film Certification. So around 15 years back, I became a Central Board of Film Certification member, and then I remember me and my father applied for the same thing, and the CBFC had a women candidate drive, and so that was very proud moment for me because my father got rejected, I got selected. So incidentally, yes. Then I am the alumni vice president of my alma mater, and then incidentally, that has to be a woman. So then, people say that, Anjana, please be, because you are a woman. But they know that, I am outspoken. I voice my opinions. They are ready to kind of, okay, fine, we will tolerate her kind of thing. Now, when I stand here, I was just sitting here and listening to the conversations of the previous panel. I was here for the yesterday's inaugural as well. When I was listening to this, a lot of people came to my mind because there was this professor of mine during my HOD of mine who was my professor in my engineering days. So I happen to be very active in my college union and, you know, in campus politics and all. And I remember when I went and told her that I am contesting for the vice chairman post of the college, she asked me outrightly, why don't you contest for the chairman post? Because the vice was always for women. There wasn't, because it was a mixed college, you know, I studied in a mixed college, engineering college. So unless until you're studying in a women's college, you don't get that chairperson role. Vices are always women. So I remember ma'am asking me, I said, anyways, let me contest. So there are a lot of taboos which is associated with certain posts are for women, certain posts are not for women, certain posts are general, all those things are there. So let's go forward and let's understand what is resilience. Okay, so I've just put in, these are some theoretical things which in case you don't understand what is resilience, I thought I will put it up here so that you know, you will understand what is resilience. So again, what is resilience is the capacity to remain flexible in your thoughts, feelings, and behavior when faced by life disruption of extended periods of pressure that we emerge from difficult, stronger, and you are more able. Okay? And now, I don't know whether you understand what this is, the whole thing. There is something called as a mental load which the women carry. And you can, I'm sure anyone, I can, if I have an instrument to measure the thought process that is going through many of the women folks here, I'm talking about the career women. I'm sorry, students, because they have got more responsibilities. I'm sure many madams sitting here will be thinking of a lot of things. Tomorrow my son has a PCM exam. Or day after tomorrow, I have to take her or him for a guitar class. Okay, weekend my husband is coming home, what will I cook? I mean, I'm not joking, this is what it is. Okay, I have half-cooked chapatis at home. When I'm going back, maybe I should order. Should I order now? Is there something? Or there is a exchange on Flipkart which I have to give. I mean, I'm not joking. These are the thought process that is going to happen. Then there will be a research publication which is pending. I need to make a presentation to my board. Or I have to. So what do you do? It is about a lot of things that is going through your mind. So yesterday while I was driving back, you know, as announced, I am with SCMS Xavier Institute of Management and Entrepreneurship. We have got an international school as well in Kottayam, which is called Xavier Zyme International School. And so yesterday while I was driving back home, I got a call at around 6:30. I was driving back at 6:30. So I got a call from my Bangalore office telling that, Ranjana, you have to be part of no, there's interviews which are happening and you have to be part of the interview board on 30th, okay? So I said, okay, sir. So my boss is calling, so I cannot say no, okay? I said, okay, sir. But then I knew, I mean, maybe 4 years before or 5 years before, I may not have done this to my boss, but then I said, sir, can I come back in the night? He said, okay, evening you can come back. Because I know 31st I have planned something. Then the next thing, the moment I reached home, I asked my son, 30th, what is your schedule? Luckily, my husband is not living with me, so I don't have to check with his. It doesn't mean that we are divorced. We are still married, but he is not living with us, okay? So that makes a little more easy. But then again, jokes apart, I asked him that. But then if my husband was getting this call, I'm sure he's least bothered about whether my son has a exam or do I have to drop or something like that, because he knows that there will be some fallback option for that. Or probably because, you know, sometimes we take a lot of load for ourselves. And that's where you need to share. And one thing jokingly which I say to everyone is like, when we got married, my husband there are 2 boys. So when we got married, see, we have this kind of, okay, after you get married, you do everything for your spouse, you wash his clothes, you cook, you know, all those things, okay? So I decided, I have this policy that don't give expectations to anyone, right? So the moment you start giving expectations, they will start expecting, right? So happiness, reality by expectations my happiness is equal to reality by expectations. So that there is no tear, always you will be happy so that you are not giving any expectation. So my husband used to wash his clothes by his own. And he also was very active in politics, and also he used to have this, Kerala people will understand, and I think outside Kerala also, you understand, he used to have this very starch, put khadar, kind of a white, this thing, okay. So after marriage, out of compulsion, I decided, okay, I will wash his, I have never washed a khadar cloth or white thing. And then I still remember his face. He said, is this how you wash the cloth? I said, see, I don't know. Okay. And then he said, he will wash on his own. I said, okay. Till date, thanks to him, he has never asked me to wash his clothes. I'm not telling that I'm proud that I'm not washing his clothes. If required, yes. He was, he was admitted for something for 1 month, and then, I was taking care of that. And if required, he will wash our clothes also. So it's about sharing load. I would say it's about sharing load. It's not about feminism. It's not about whether you do this or that or etc. It's about giving space to each other. You need to respect him. He needs to respect us back. And I think that is how we create examples for the younger generation. We have a rule at home. It's not a rule, but then now it has become a habit. See, my son is studying in his 10th standard. My daughter is away in Bangalore. So, so what happens is, like, if my son comes early, he makes tea for us. Or else, if I am coming early, I'll make tea. And you ask your mom, today, if are you all day scholars here? All are hostlers? Is there any day scholar here? Okay, so fine. Or maybe when you go back home. Okay, how many of the boys here know how to make tea or coffee? Great, I'm happy. Right. See, one thing what you should do is, like, if your moms are working, or your parents are working, mother or father, whomever, when they are coming back home in the evening, try and keep a tea, hot tea for them. Maybe they may not like the taste of the tea what you made, but then that's okay. But then that urge from your part to make a tea and serve it to them, it actually makes a change. So, it's about helping each other. It's about sharing the load, okay? So look at the emotional load that the people are having, the females are having. And then sometimes what happens is this, you should have asked is nothing but sometimes, no offense, see, I would say if you take the number count of females versus males, I have most of male friends. But then no offense to the male friends here, sitting here. Sometimes people think that, or the males think that, you should have asked us. All of you understand Malayalam here? ചോദിച്ചിട്ട് ചെയ്യുന്നതിനേക്കാളും കണ്ടറിഞ്ഞ് ചെയ്യുമ്പോഴാണ് ഒരു സുഖം അല്ലേ? Whether it is male or female? Yes? It's about relationships. So then it is not about you should have asked. It is about, that's where you help each other. So I'll just go quickly. How do we build resilience? Self-awareness and self-acceptance. Again, you cannot be superwoman. There is something called as an imposter syndrome. See, I can give 100% at work. I can give 100% at home. I cannot give 200% at work and 250% at home. No. I am a normal human being. March 8th, what is the peculiarity of that date? International Women's Day is the day when all the women folks are celebrated like anything. And you have this all cliches of superwoman and things like that. I think it's all, I'm sorry to say, crap. Right? The thing is, like, you need to respect people. You need to make sure that those people are not superwoman. They are not born to be superwoman. They are doing it because of lot of reasons. They are doing it because they may not have a support system. And I would probably say, okay, let me ask you another question here. How many of you have got good friends outside work? Or outside, good, close friends? Good. Build, men or women, please build good social relationships. It's very, very important. I'm not talking about social relationship over social media over Snapchat or Instagram or Facebook. I'm talking about social relationships, social collaborations, where you can actually build resilience. And you create the goals and work towards them and find meaning and purpose in your life. These are some of the ways in which you can be resilient, okay? So coming to well-being, I have another poll here for all of you. Can you please take out your phones? Okay, menti.com again. And there's a different code this time. And I think this is not just for women alone. So the male folks, if you want to participate, you can participate. But then, since the conference is on women, I have predominantly put in as for women. It's oriented towards women. So there are 4 options here: mental health, physical health, social connections, and work-life balance. So which is the area of your well-being is the one which you find most challenging to manage? Students, you can probably student life balance. You know, again, this is predominantly for mental health. Work-life balance. We may have to stop soon, so I will not be able to continue this poll for long. Physical health. Most challenging to manage. I'm happy that people are not there on social connections. I don't know whether it is going to come or not. But work-life balance. Mental health. I think this probably was something which has been discussed very much recently, especially when Ms. Anna of EY passed away, wherein people started talking about giving importance. I think this was very much discussed during COVID times, but after that people completely forgot about that. You know, people have something called as a mental health as well. People are were considering only the physical health part of it. But I think it is little alarming to see that the most challenging part of part that you are trying to manage is mental health. So let's see how we can probably manage that. And that's where the well-being part comes into play. Now, I want to share some shocking statistics here as well, wherein a study in 2024, it was from Positive Psychology, where said that doctors treat men and women differently when it comes to pain. Probably because what they say is like, women tend to exaggerate pain. Men are not supposed to show pain. So again, we see that, you know, when kids are being born or when children grow up, one of the things is like, you're a boy, you're not supposed to cry. You're a girl, you can cry. Why do we have to say such things? When you want to cry, you cry. If you can cry, you cry. That's the biggest release of whatever emotions that you can have. And then the research was backed up by May 2025 by Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation funded, which was a funded study, which also found that women live longer than men but spend most of their lives in poor health. I think that's again a fact. When your mom has a disease or when a lady has a cold or probably a lady has a fever, what you do is like you gulp down a Dolo and you go ahead. And many times in the morning, you wish someone will bring you a cup of coffee or cup of tea so that you don't have to make breakfast or something, because you are not well. And all the ladies know about the menstrual cramps that we have. It is not easy. And those days, your emotions are either there or here. And we need people to understand us. That's how we have to go forward. So I remember again my mother, what she says, having did all these things, one of the things which she has told me and my younger sister is that you have to be healthy, then only you can take care of your family. So ensure that you are healthy. So that is one thing, we have to keep in mind. And this is today's newspaper had this study. Times of India had this study today published, which was again in the context of the EY incident, wherein it was talking about, and if you ask me, I'm not here to tell you about which is better, work from home or work from office. Basically what they say is like long-term mental well-being is driven more by good workplace relationships and pride in work rather than factors like workload and flexibility. You need to make social connections. You need to collaborate with the right people so that there is a lot of well-being happening. And interestingly, these are also some of the statistics which came in today's paper. If you have the habit of reading papers, you would have seen that in Times of India today, wherein it says that work location, if it is a fully remote, the MHQ is nothing but mental health quotient is 30.2, whereas if it is fully in person, if you're actually coming to the office and working, there is 61.8%. And then it talks about the team size as well. Okay, so these are, you can go back and see in Times of India, or maybe you can Google and get the data as well. This is about the mental health quotient. Okay, and so in academic parlays as well, it is very important that resilience and well-being is very, very important. And I wanted to draw your attention towards something called as microaggressions. The microaggressions share of women experiencing microaggression, wherein many times, if you look into it, there is a McKinsey survey again, which says that any competence-based microaggression, you look at the percentages. Women are being interrupted or spoken over more than others, being mistaken for someone at a much lower level. So these are some of the microaggressions. Over the years, 2018 to 2024, things are still the same, though maybe the percentage-wise it has little come down. So these are some of the stats which may not lie, and we need to see how we can change all these things. And as I would say that, when you are in a leadership position, you can do a lot of policy changes and things like that. You can actually you can actually support many women folks as well with respect to how you can bring all these things. So now, another one is about work-life balance. I thought I will touch upon that and probably close as well. Now my question is whether it is work-life balance or work-life integration. So that's a question probably you will have to answer for yourself as to how it is. Now, how many are career women here? 1, 2, 3, 4, okay. Okay, I'll ask some people here, if suppose you have a birthday celebration in your office, okay, and there is a cake which is being cut. Are you being asked to, or one of your female colleagues is being asked to cut the cake in pieces and hand it over to others? If there is no housekeeping or anything. Or who does it? Students. Okay, so students does it. For in students, who does it? Males or females? Both will do that. Okay, good. See, some of the cases what I have seen in with respect to, I'm glad that things are changing, and one of the things which I have observed in the Gen Z right now, I have a Gen Z daughter and a son, wherein you are something like unisex. Like, you give respect to males and females. You don't have that gender bias there. And I would urge you not to fall into that whole taboo when you land up in the career path. That's something which you have to do. Probably your parents have conditioned you well, maybe because of that. And sometimes what happens is I want to talk about the fourth point, which is here. The work-life balance happens with where you are picking up certain work. Like many office household works, with respect to maybe some kind of a party planning, with respect to some kind of a restaurant dinner planning, or maybe buying a cake, what is to write on the cake, okay, she will do it. Probably, I don't know why that kind of a thing is. I have seen many places where once the cake is being cut, a lady is being called and asked to cut the cake into pieces. So it can be a male folk also who can be actually cutting the pieces. So we need to ensure that, how we can probably balance the work and the life, wherein wherever we have to say no, we have to say no. I know it is not an easy thing to say no, but we have to learn how to say no. Don't set expectations for people, and make sure that next time also they will expect you to do the same thing. That's something which we have to do. And it is a cycle, work-life balance. It's not an achievement. First and the foremost, don't try to be a superwoman. Do whatever you can do. That's a basic thing. I think all of us make a mistake, wherein we want this pat on the back. We want others to tell us, like, this person is a superwoman. We flaunt ourselves telling that we have been multitasking a lot of things, etc. So one thing is like pause and think over as to what is the stress of what is my stress, or what is my current level of unhappiness. That is one thing which we have to keep in mind. How many of you actually take care of any kind of, taking care, how many of you are doing a self-care for yourself? In any form, be it a yoga, be it probably walking, be it going to the gym, be it probably doing some stretching exercises. Yes. Please continue doing that. Or maybe you like to watch movies. Sit and watch movies. You'll want to listen to music. Whatever gives you that kind of a comfort, please do that. Shamelessly ask for support. Don't think that, okay, my self-esteem is going to go down. If you want to ask support, please shamelessly ask for support. There is no harm in you asking for support. We need to come out of that cocoon and say that, yes, I need support for this. I remember I came from Infosys, and after that is when I did my MBA with CUSAT. And I came with, by that time my elder child was 3 months old. So I came to School of Management Studies, CUSAT, with my 3-month-old baby. And I remember leaving her in the library, going to the classes. And I remember some of the tests which I was writing. I mean, she grew up with my MBA Fox. And we took a house there. I mean, again, those days also my husband was not with me. So me and my child. And all my MBA classmates were her uncles and aunties. She could not talk. She started talking by probably 10th month or 12th month, 11th month or something like that. And they used to take care of her. My professors used to take her away when I was writing a test. And I wasn't ashamed of that at all. So many times when I go to the alumni meet, they ask me, where is that Chota alumni who was there with you? So what I'm trying to say is, like, if you want to ask for help, please ask. I remember when I was staying near to CUSAT, at times in the night, babies, they do have fever and things like that. I used to call my friends. They used to come from, male friends. They used to come in a bike, and I used to hope behind the bike with this baby, go to hospital and then check her. All those things. And if those days, again, you should understand the taboo of staying alone without the husband in a place like Kalamasheri with a small daughter, and the night calling some of the male friends and asking them to. I have heard a lot of things. If that was to affect me, I'm sure I will not reach anywhere. So what I'm trying to say is, like, whatever is comfortable for you, wherever you want help, those things, please ensure that, please ensure that has been taken care of. You need to pay attention to your feelings. That is also very, very important. The girls out here who is going to be corporate, climbing corporate ladders, who are going to be the career woman, please ensure that you take care of these things. It's not that, again, I'm telling you, it's not about equality or it's not about equity or something like that. It's about taking care of oneself. And ensure that, I would say all the boys here, ensure that you respect your fellow, friends, your female friends. That's also one thing which you have to keep in mind. And if you have any alternatives, please ensure that you consider the alternatives as well. If I don't do it today, can I? So, see, there are a lot of ways in which you can actually, be leaders, wherein you have to be resilient. You need to make your work group resilient, and you need to understand what exactly your leadership style is. So ensure that there is this positive emotions, there is this work-life relationships, there is this work-life balance, and please understand what exactly you really are. And don't try to prove yourself to others. The moment you try to prove yourself, as I said earlier, happiness is equal to reality by expectations. Don't give people expectations wherein realistic expectations. Please do that. That is what you have to do. So I think my time is almost up. So I would stop here, and the one last statement which I would like to always say is do what you love and enjoy what you do. So I'm sure that not everyone is fortunate to land up there, but as I said, please ensure that you do certain things to take care of your emotional well-being, take care of your mental health, not just your physical health alone. That's also very, very important. And once again, thank you to AIMS, and thank you to Indu ma'am and Radha ma'am for inviting me. So, thank you.
A heartfelt thank you to Dr. Ranjana Varghese for sharing her expertise on resilience and well-being today. We truly appreciate your commitment to empowering women leaders. Before we move on to the closing notes, we request Dr. Indu Nair to hand over the memento to our esteemed guest, Dr. Ranjana Varghese, Dean of External Programs at SCMS Cochin. These mementos are customized and made by the differently abled creative young minds of Dakshin Creatives Urja. Urja is an organization that empowers and nourishes the lives of the differently abled through extensive training programs and identification of workspaces.
Students and participants, please be seated. We'll be beginning the valedictory session. The guest is on the way.
ഇന്നലെ കൊടുത്തില്ലല്ലോ നമ്മൾ അന്നേ കൊടുക്കാം എവിടെ ഞാൻ കൊടുക്കാം അയ്യോ അങ്ങനെ എടുക്കാം നമുക്ക് സാധാരണ ചുമ്മാ കൊടുക്കാം സാധാരണ കൊടുത്ത പോലെയാണ്
The future is female and it's brighter than ever. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed delegates and fellow leaders, a warm welcome to one and all. We stand at the culmination of 2 days of inspiring discussions, thought-provoking presentations, and the sharing of invaluable experiences. This summit has been a testament to the indomitable spirit and unwavering determination of women who have come together to share their experiences, insights, and visions for a future where equality and empowerment are not mere aspirations but tangible realities. As we reflect on the journey we have undertaken, let us be reminded of the words of the renowned activist Gloria Steinem. We must create a society where women are not seen as objects of beauty but as subjects of power. This summit has been a significant step towards that ideal. I welcome you all to the valedictory session of this summit.
Let's begin the session by invoking the blessings of Almighty. I invite Ms. Adira and Ms. Anaga onto the stage.
सर्वेषां स्वस्तिर्भवतु सर्वेषां शान्तिर्भवतु सर्वेषां पूर्णं भवतु सर्वेषां मङ्गलं भवतु सर्वे भवन्तु सुखिनः सर्वे सन्तु निरामया सर्वे भद्राणि पश्यन्तु मा कश्चित् दुःखभाग् भवेत् मा कश्चित् दुःखभाग् भवेत्.
You may now take your seats. To formally welcome you to the valedictory session, I would like to invite Dr. Radha Devanu, Group Director and Registrar, SCMS Group, to deliver the welcome address. Ma'am, please.
Good evening, all. Yeah, so 2 days of deliberations on women in academic leadership. We listened to so many speakers from across India, spanning from Jammu to Cochin, and of course, East and West. Everybody was here. There has been a lot of knowledge sharing and even guidance provided by these eminent speakers from yesterday and today. For the participants, I'm sure, be it a man or a woman, you would have got so many takeaways from the experiences shared. It's not just a woman or it's not just a leader. You know, if the mindset of the people change, lots can change in the society. I'm not confining to Kerala or India or anywhere. Across the globe, we listened to Apurva ma'am speaking yesterday, where you find lesser number of women in the board in even B schools across the globe. So we are happy to have girl students. We are happy. I myself am a proud woman taking multiple roles, but all these are possible only with a proper support, and there needs to be an ecosystem. And that is where I want to bring in the relevance of family. Family plays a very big role. Honestly, if I'm standing here, I have a very good family, both my own parents and my in-laws. So young girls and boys, if you think that, okay, getting married and going to another family is going to be a burden, it's high time that we change that thought process. Movies and stories might tell you, or you would come across such movies, but in reality, women want to survive. Women want to be independent. It's not that we want to be under somebody. No, boys especially, all of you are educated, all of you are going to be placed soon. Learn to give respect to the woman in the house. It might be your mother, your grandmother, your wife, your sister, your aunt. Learn to respect the woman. That is the biggest takeaway. We listen at international levels, at national levels, at regional levels, we listen to all the speakers. And people from the corporate also sharing their experience. Even we had somebody saying that they were brought to the forefront by their male friends. So as friends. So this is not a topic that should fizzle out after the summit is over. This is for all of us to take home the message that we must respect more. It is not that we are giving more chances to women. Women can do it. There is nothing like, especially in Kerala, there is nothing like a male or a female divide. In all our houses, you find that. No, there is no partiality like that. But we have all, as a teacher, all of us have noticed, many of our girl students, they pass with good grades, they get employed, but once they get married, many of them drop their jobs. It's dropping their jobs, not taking a gap. So it has lots to do with the men, the boys here, who also has to think far. And coming to the work-life balance, yes, we had Indira ma'am talk about how her husband supported her. We had Meena ma'am talk about, everybody spoke about the family again. And work-life balance, once again, I had to reiterate, and that is how we have a very eminent person who portrayed work-life balance a couple of weeks back in another function, and that is our chief guest, G. Pungurili IPS, AIG, CMO Portal Division. Madam was on stage and her daughter was playing around. What can you do? This is a small girl who doesn't understand probably who her mother is, what her role is. Am I right? That's what. She doesn't know that her mother is a police officer. No, after all, an infant is an infant. No, they can crawl anywhere or do anything. So she was standing and, getting so irritated. Others who are at the back are trying to cajole the child, but she wants mother's attention. So suddenly she pulls her up and makes her sit on the dais. She's fidgeting with the things around. This is the life of a woman. It is multitasking at X plus times. All the women, all my colleagues here, the moment we leave, shut off, it is mode home. The mode home can be made more practical and more supportive if both people, everybody in the family can support. So when we thought of somebody who can do the valedictory session for this, such a power-packed summit, we didn't have to blink an eye. We thought, we had decided, because especially I'd seen the photo also. It's an goosebumps, how we juggled roles, and men rarely know about it. We don't highlight that, okay, hey, I'm doing this, I have 10 hands, I have 8 heads, and so on. I respect all the men folk also. You also try to chip in. Maybe the young boys need to know more. And so to this valedictory session, I welcome Pungurili ma'am to address the last part of this leadership conclave, because the amount of challenges that she would have gone through as a lady officer would also be humongous. You only see the last part, the success part you see. What goes behind it, we rarely notice. So, ma'am, a very warm welcome to you. Ma'am has been here even earlier. Yeah. Madam was, in fact, here a couple of years back to inaugurate one of our Swara programs. So, we knew so well. Yeah. And a warm welcome to this valedictory session to all other participants who have been throughout here, who have stayed with us, and also who supported this initiative of AIMS, of thinking beyond the spectrum, and thinking that even at the hem of at any level, people should be respected. So wishing all of you a happy listening from ma'am and all the best. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. It is my honor to welcome the chief guest of today's session, G. Punkurili, IPS, AIG, and Nodal Officer, CMO Portal Petition. Srimati Punkurili, IPS, a distinguished officer of the Kerala Cadre, has held several key roles, including Deputy Commissioner of Police in Cochin and Superintendent of Police in Wayanad and Thrissur districts. In May 2023, she assumed the position of Coastal Assistant Inspector General for the Chief Minister's Office, Portal Petitions, continuing her exemplary service. A true leader, Srimati Punkurili inspires many with her dedication and work ethics. As a role model for women across the state, she embodies the balance of professionalism and personal life, proving to be someone all women look up to. A passionate advocate for women's empowerment, she has actively promoted work-life balance, often inspiring others by sharing her own experiences as a mother and officer. Her dedication continues to make a positive impact on society. Without further ado, I invite Srimati Punkurili onto the stage. Ma'am, please.
Respected Dr. Radha ma'am, Dr. Indu Nair, all the dignitaries of the stage, students, a very warm good evening to all of you. Just I was fondly remembering 3-4 years before I had come to this institution for the Swara program. The energy remains the same in the institution even after 4 years I'm coming here. So very happy to be part of this events valedictory function that I've been called AIMS Empowering Women in Academic Leadership Summit. So just a couple of questions before I go to my valedictory address. Can somebody who's here can consolidate me in 2-3 minutes what you have learnt since yesterday morning? Can somebody brief me? See, this is a summit which is happening since yesterday. A lot of people from different walks of life have come. They have spoken to you, their personal experiences, their professional experiences. They would have given a lot of informations. But can somebody tell me, if not a consolidation of all, what is your takeaway from these sessions? Since yesterday morning you are here, if I am right. Yeah, please. Please introduce yourself. Wonderful. Okay. She's quite audible.
Yes, I got good, loud voice, and thank you for this. And they were sharing about their experience, their journey, and the struggles which they met during the marriage and after marriage. The family's importance, we all are thinking that partner, when we are getting married, there will be we'll be stopping the career or we'll get discontinued like that. But they were encouraging us you can pursue, you can go more, with the partner support, we can achieve more, like that they were telling. And the stages were the men supported them to reach this height. That's what the highlighting point, because we cannot say that only with our hard work we could reach there. With the support of their family, their father, their partner, they could reach this place.
So any key takeaway for you that you have learned something new or you are hearing something new which you feel that after going from here you are planning to implement in your life?
Exactly.
Anything of that sort?
Yes. Whoever met from yesterday, whoever I met, they were having good background. I was the first SSLC 10th standard from my family. I was the first 12th standard, and I am the first UG. And now I am the only one PG postgraduate in my family. I'm doing my PhD now.
Wonderful, wonderful. So you didn't get my question.
Yes,
still.
yes, that's what, ma'am, I'm continuing.
Yeah.
After this, I thought I am doing something great, but I learned that I have to do more. After reaching my place, day after tomorrow I got one exam. Next week I'm having my first DC meeting. I'm planning during my second DC meeting I should have at least 12 papers to be published. Wonderful. Seriously, I'm working on that.
Wonderful,
and
wonderful.
Yesterday night I didn't sleep till 2, searching for the topics which I can work on, and seeing all the faculty members here, I thought I have to develop more.
Wonderful,
yeah,
wonderful.
Thank you.
Anything from any, it's a lot of, I think, faculty are also there. Can somebody tell me that anything you learnt new or you're planning to like implement in your life, anything new? See, they have spent a lot of money and have brought a lot of people from Jammu and Kashmir. You should understand the kind of effort people have put in. Yes. Yes, madam.
Hi, myself Drishya. I'm an assistant professor at SCMS School of Architecture. So the two, we are actually architects, me and my colleague, but the 2-day session gave up a lot of eye-opening in the sense that I thought professor is the highest that I can reach in my academics, but all the people, the dignitaries were the directors and vice chancellors, so I understood there is much more that we can aim in life and reach there. And academic wise, and also all the sessions were telling how gender equity is very important and how we have to take it forward, being one of the young generations in the era, how to take it forward to the coming generation. So it was a very eye-opening session, all the sessions.
Wonderful, wonderful. So hearing from you, what I could understand is you have got a lot of experiences that other people they faced in life have been shared with you. The one important thing or takeaway from this seminar or the event should be, you should take at least one new thing in your life. Suppose you are doing something routinely in your life. Suppose if this seminar, there might have a lot of inputs would have been given on different aspects. Maybe one or two would be like some difficulties you will be facing, and you should understand that people who are coming and speaking here have gone through all the difficulties whichever you are facing now. There is no one who escapes from that. So it is how we manage things, how we manage our work life. It is all simply as it is a management school. It is simply a management. One most important thing is that what we actually want in life. That is the most important question one should ask to yourself. You should never stop learning till the time you die. That should be there always in your mind. You should keep learning. You should keep improving things. Then you should be open-minded to accept criticisms, to change yourself. All that open-mindedness, once these comes, you will definitely succeed. There is no single success mantra like you follow this, you will succeed. It is not like that. For everybody, the kind of environment, the kind of situation they come from, it's all different. Maybe I might be having some problems, she might be having some problems, or madam might be having some problems. Maybe the solutions can be here and there, it can be tailor-made and it can be implemented in our life. That is how it is to be. And who will give solution for all our problems? Don't expect somebody from outside will come and give you an answer. It is not a mathematics algorithm or a logarithm where you write equations and at the end the solution will come. It is not like that. You have to sit and analyze yourself. And the first thing I said as earlier, you should know what you want to be. And never stop your dreams and ambitions. Always dream high. Just because I have come into IPS, the thing doesn't stop there. I am a change agent. I can influence the society. I have a larger role to do. So a lot of people looking at us, many people have inspired and started preparing for civil services. So that is how I also came. Because civil services was not my option at all. So I did my graduation. I'm basically an electrical and electronics engineer. I worked in a software company for almost 3 years. Only after then, I found out that the job was not interesting, fascinating. Morning, I go to the software company, I work, I do some programs. Evening, we used to have some calls. The US client will call. We have to brief them, tell them all nonsense things we have to do. And once we, like 8 o'clock, we have to find out the cab, come back home, sleep. Monday till Friday, it used to be like this. And Saturday, completely sleeping. And wash all the clothes that were worn from Monday to Saturday. Iron it and do all these things, and Sunday will get over like anything, then again the day starts. So it doesn't interest me much. Then I was looking what I have to do after this. I think you might be aware that you might be knowing M.G. Rajamanikam sir, who is a Kerala cadre IAS officer, and his wife is Kerala cadre IPS officer Nishantini ma'am. So when I was thinking of an alternate career, because I did my graduation in electric and electronics. I was working in a software company which is no way related with my graduation subject. Now if I look for an alternate option, the first question comes, if I want to look for my graduation thing, I don't have any experience. If at all I have to proceed further, again I have to come into the loop of the software stuff only. So when I was thinking of that career change, that was a time, civil service examination results have come, and sir had got 80th rank. I read his interview, but that looks very fascinating for me. That time I was around 23. So I thought I should, I was discussing with my parents also. So my father told, why not you study? I was not a bad student in school also. I was a good student. I was a district topper, and I had secured merits in my engineering graduation also. So my father said, well, you try for one time. Then I somehow searched and find out where sir had gone for the coaching. I found out and went and met him, and I wanted to speak to him. I don't know about him. Just the paper reading, I got to know about him, and I made attempts to meet him. So he said he is also a mechanical engineer. He is a postgraduate in mechanical engineer. And the one thing he said, if I can pass this examination, it is nothing for you. That is what he said. Then I joined in the same coaching institute. I had resigned my job. I prepared for civil service examination. I didn't make it in my first attempt. I gone till interview. Second attempt also I have gone till interview. Third attempt also I have gone till interview. And fourth attempt I cleared IPS. So all my first 3 attempts, people who told me was the very same coaching institute where I prepared, they told me, so for you women, there are certain services which are very apt for women. So generally people will say, no, for women, teachers are the best posts. Being a teacher, it is all fixed job, you can go, come back, your income is secured. Otherwise, become a nurse. So certain professions are completely earmarked for certain gender. True, right? So similarly, they told, IPS and all will not suit you. And foreign service, which you have to go abroad and work. And if it is IPS, then imagine if you get states like Chhattisgarh, Jharkhand, West Bengal, Naxal affected states, then Maoist would be there, life threat would be there. All these things they have said, poor me, I blindly believed what they said. In all my 3 attempts, I gave my preference for IPS and IFS as 0. Which means even if I get into service also, I will not get that particular service. In my 4th attempt, I got fed up and gave all the preferences. That was the time when I got into IPS. So coming into IPS itself, like even after coming into IPS in our training academy, Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel National Police Academy, where the batch number is 150. We used to get trained with all the people who got into IPS in that particular year. So across states people will be there. Apart from that, police officers from Maldives, Bhutan, Nepal, Mauritius also get trained with us. When you compare the whole batch size, out of 175, 25 are women. Now after 10 years, it has slightly improved from 25 to 35. So that is the composition of women in these forces. Later on only I realized, after posted as SP Wayanad, I realized that even Kerala have Maoist issues. So that is the thing. So nothing stops persons from reaching heights at any cost. 1. Second, so have an ambition for yourself and always dream high. Age doesn't matter. That is the only thing you have to always keep in mind. Keep open to learning and have a big ambition. If at all you are doing something, try to go to a place which is the topmost. And even you can dream beyond. There is no, what to say, if you have a dream and you are sincerely pursuing on it, you will definitely reach that position someday if you work very hard and sincerely and you are truthful to your dream. That is the most important thing. After then, if all these goes, you are getting married, maybe before marriage, the kind of perception people have about their life, their dreams, their ambitions. It got a U-turn, or maybe a different perspective will happen once you become once you get married. You have a family life apart from your parents, you have to carry your husband's family also. And the society is made in such a way that woman is a caretaker. She caretakes. Nobody bothers about whether she is being taken care of or not. Nobody concerns about that. But even we ourselves think, when we were in our adolescent period, how much or what is the amount of care we had given for our mother. Imagine, have you ever asked your mother every time whether she has taken food? We are more concerned about what she prepares for us. Nobody asks what she actually wants. If she has some health issues, she very rarely comes out and tells openly that I have this particular problem. Even those times, lot of women had health issues, menstrual cycle issues, PCOD, all these problems. They refuse to come out and say it openly, because they all suppress their things for us only. Now things have much more changed, because a lot of women are coming up speaking things openly in various forums. One. Second, third thing, and what kind of reflection and respect we have on ourselves. So just imagine what kind of respect. Did you respect yourself? Did you respect your health? Did you respect your thoughts? But what kind of respect we give for ourselves? Before we are expecting others to respect us, are we respecting ourselves? That is one most important question we have to ask for ourselves. Whether we are respecting our health. How many women are taking even smallest of the health issues very seriously? Most of us, what we tend to do, when we have some issues, suppose we have a headache, suppose we are feeling feverish. The first thing what we will do, we will take $1.650 and just pass it off. Suppose if it is cold, have a cetirizine, because even people, I know people who take levocetirizine because the sleep comes very less. If you take cetirizine, it will be very drowsy. So we all do small things, but we never take care of our health seriously. How many people are physically active? Physically active is not about your day-to-day things moving. How much efforts you pay for yourself, like for your physical fitness, for your health. What amount of time we spend for our mental health. Mental health is such an important issue for working women, because we hardly speak ourselves, our inner thoughts, and we share things with others, because we hardly find time. And when we discuss these things, lot of our mental depression and issues will go off. But we refuse to discuss with others due to lot of reasons, like why I should tell about this to others and what she will think about me. That is the kind of things. And how many of you really have maintaining your friendship? We have seen lot of male persons, they are having their school friendship, college friendship, still live and active. They regularly speak to their friends. They go for get-togethers. They go for trips. How many women who are in a profession speaking to your school friends or college friends on a regular basis, meeting? Can anybody tell me? It's very, very, very minuscule. So if these things are not there, then where you will share your things, share your thoughts, share your emotions. So venting out our emotions is very, very, very important. You need some person. Sometimes your life partner might not be in a position to hear all your emotions. And the person who's hearing your emotions, your thoughts, should not evaluate you. That is the next thing. So he should not judge, the person should not judge you. It may be a male or a female friend, whoever it may be. But such kind of friendships we had in our school lives, maybe in the college lives, but it all stopped after we get married, we have children, then we are pursuing our career also parallelly. So we have to seriously think about reevaluating our friendships. Whom are your real friends? With whom you can rely? You can share your thoughts, share your emotions. If that happens, half of the mental issues will get over. We may see a lot of women who are in a very senior position hardly speaks to people. So if you speak more, you don't have much depression or like hard emotions inside you, but they hardly speak with others. And there is also one more thing, when women go to position, when they are so liberal, there is a thought. I have seen also, when women go to very senior most position, and if they speak freely and in a very jovial manner, laughing and speaking with others, they are still being judged by many people. It is there. I think many of them are nodding, which means it is there. And generally, like in the force also, we see if a female officer is very friendly, is very jovial, is very speaking very in a very casual way. If you carry yourself very casually, it means that she is being taken for granted. Such kind of impressions are also there when we work in a mixed environment. Suppose for me being in a disciplined police force, if we speak very jovially, then after the next day, they will not be listening to our directions. They will not be listening to our command. And still there are people in all the departments, like when women is in the senior most position, the kind of subordination is very, very, very questionable. Suppose a very senior most woman who is giving directions to somebody who is way below. If the person is from the other gender, then they always like, oh, this lady doesn't have any work. She's a lady officer. She's always like, no, pestering things. She doesn't do things easily. She always takes too many things into her head. She confuses. She thinks too much. She's shouting. She is always shouting. She's screaming. She doesn't know how to get the work done. Had there been a male boss, things would have been much more better and smoother. Such kind of things we tend to hear. Why such kind of thinkings or thought process are still prevailing in our society? And because of that, women always have a tendency to work more, to prove herself, always. Wherever, in whichever position she goes, she always makes a point that she have to prove herself. Otherwise, she has an inner feeling that she will not be respected. I'm a very professional person. Have we ever thought if a similar male counterpart in being in our position, had he had that kind of work pressure? That had this person ever thought that I have to prove myself, I have to work more? Had this person had thought in them whether my commands will be followed or not, whether they will do it or not? Such kind of thoughts will never come to a male counterpart. I think it is there. I have seen. So, if things are like this, how are we going to conduct ourselves? That is the most important thing. How are you going to use your time? How are you going to manage your time? How are you going to take care of yourself? How are you going to take care of the family, your profession, and your personal thing? It is not, the work-life balance doesn't end with family and profession. You are also an important component in that scenario. So how much of time you spend for yourself, that is also most important. So take my case, I am a marathon runner. I have 2 children. My son is 6-year-old and my daughter is 2.5. So me and my husband, we started running since a year. Like I had 2 back-to-back C-section delivery. After that, people told that no, running and all, it will be very difficult. But I have done back-to-back 6 marathons so far, half marathon. I have done trail run. So it is all about you find a space and time for yourself. That is also most important. Like even after delivering my first baby, I had a lot of health complications in my first delivery. So I was under insulin because I had gestational diabetes. So it was very complicated delivery. After that, I had put on a lot of weight. So as being in the police force, being fit is the most important thing. When I came back after like maternity leave, I have put on so much of weight, my previous uniforms could not fit me. So I have to stitch new uniforms. Lot of people who had come after being in a AS, after our training, we were so fit. After my delivery, after my maternity, I joined. People said, Madam Madam has put on a lot of weight. I am a feeding mother. I joined when my son was 5 months old as DCP law and order. There are a lot of people. See, when we look a male counterpart, we never, oh, you have put on a lot of weight. No, none will say. But for a woman, she had gone through a lot of things in her life. But then, lot of hormonal changes would have happened. She is feeding her child, and she has to manage the child, family, everything. Even for going to the work also, I have to pump milk and keep it in the fridge before I proceed for my work every day. It used to be like that. I hardly had time to look after myself. And that was COVID also. It was even more difficult. Like the moment we come home, we have to change our clothes, wash our clothes by ourselves, then take a shower, and then only after half an hour only I'll come back to my child. So my son used to stand outside the bathroom with a towel for me most of the days. So that is how it was. So sometimes women are being judged. And at that point of time, initially I felt very bad. See, how can these people body shame us? See, I have gone through a lot of things. The kind of pressure I had, because right from my 4th month onwards, I was under insulin. It was very painful. So how can these people judge? Then after a point, I decided, just give a shit to all these kind of comments which are being passed on us. So why I have to take those things very seriously. After a point, I stopped speaking with people who comments me about my appearance. So I felt very bad. But after 3 years, now I am a marathon runner. I started running. I used to run every day on an average 7 to 8 kilometers per day, even now. So day after, Sunday, I'm running a 21 kilometer half marathon here in Cochin only. So me and my husband is very supportive. And I say, when you have a supportive family, half of your trouble and problems would be solved. Because you have time, the husband or the family will take care of the predominant portions, then you can think about yourself. But there are a lot of women, I'm telling, without a family support, they have reached heights. With all their willpower. Willpower is the only thing they had. They dreamt, they worked hard, they planned things, they executed it very well. That is the most important thing. We have to identify our routine works, our important work, plan your day. And time management is the most important thing, that what all you wanted to do in a day. Like in a day, in the morning, if you start your day, you have to plan for yourself what all you have to do today. And ensure you complete it on that particular day itself. Never carry forward those, whatever work you assign for today, for tomorrow. That should be there. And always have a feel that time is very limited. Time is very short. Don't postpone things. If you want to do it, and don't wait for the deadline date to come, so that you still have 24 hours left. Then even if 48 hours is left also, we will not do. So when something has to be done, do it on the same day itself. Plan things, work things, routine things, try to systematize. That is the word I used to say, systematize your work. What all the work you have to do, and divide the responsibilities in the family. That is the most important thing. Women have a tendency to take everything to themselves. But that will not run for a longer day. It will, at the end of the day, it will keep you stressed. So divide your work in the family, speak to your partner. That is most important. Responsibilities have to be divided. Work has to be done in particular fashion. You have to help out each other. And that is how the family has to go. And we should always remember that at the end of the day, whatever happens in our profession, our family is our cushion. You always, at the end of the day, come back to the family only. They are the one who comfort us. They are the one who never judge us for what we are. So with this note, Thank you so much, ma'am, for giving me such a wonderful opportunity. I had said things, but whatever is like you can take back, you can take something. It has completely came out of personal experience. It might be, somebody might be differing with that also, but it was a very good initiative that for last 2 days, lot of people had come here and shared their experiences with you. It is actually an inspiration for all of you to progress your life forward. So thank you so much. Thank you so much, ma'am, for giving the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for your inspiring words. We are now moving on to the certificate distribution ceremony. I request our chief guest, Srimati G. Punkarili, to distribute the certificates. Participants, please proceed to the stage to receive your certificates as your names are being announced. Ms. Fatima Kondet. Ms. Drishya V. Ms. Nasima A. Ms. Adira Sunny. Ms. Adira Sunny. Ms. Krishna. Ms. Riddha Tanas. Ms. Riddha Tanas. Ms. Divya A. Unikrishnan. Ms. Ashwati P.S. Ms. Ramona Marin. Ms. Joshna Francis. Dr. Sindhya K. Nambiar. Ms. Riti George. Ms. Taiba VZ.
Ms. Divya D.
Thank you, ma'am. As we draw this summit to a close, I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to everyone who has contributed to this success. Your participation, insights, and enthusiasm have made this event a truly memorable one. To formally conclude this event, I invite Dr. Indu Nair, AIMS Executive Board Member and Group Director, SCMS Group, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Good evening, everyone. We will wind up the day, or as they say, wind up the summit with a few closing remarks from my side, which is, as I was telling you yesterday also, that this whole exercise of conceiving the idea to today, that is the end of this particular summit, has had a lot of, I wouldn't say hard work, but yes, some kind of strenuous things in which what to include in the summit, what kind of topics can go in, what kind of people can be brought in, what kind of audience can be arranged. So as you know, this association, as since yesterday you've been hearing, is an all India association. And this was, of course, that since I had an experience of hosting such summits in ACBSP level, so it was like, okay, since you have done it in Washington and in New Orleans, so probably you can bring in the same model back home. But then I realized actually the same thing was almost replicated here. So whether we are in US or in Europe or in India, this was a revelation for me that most of the places when we were talking on these topics, these things that were deliberated in last 2 days were the same things that was almost the same things which were dealt with in New Orleans when I was a co-host of that particular ACBSP conference as well. Women from, be it Romania, be it China, be it, Malaysia or India. India, of course, I was the only one attending. That's another thing. But Indians from US were a lot of deans and directors were there participating in that. So this was another thing that I felt in those forums, that when I say I am Indu Nair from India, they say, oh, an Indian from India, that kind of identity I had. And fortunately or unfortunately, when you listen to people, there, of course, in US specifically, we have issues of color as well. So you are a woman and woman of color, you're double the challenges. So all these things that we were hearing from Indian perspective is actually, then you feel you are fortunate that you're one less challenge. Of course, in certain states, certain things are happening in India recently, but otherwise we don't have that kind of thing to handle. You are this, you are from Kerala, so you will be like this. No, that is at least not there in our country. But elsewhere, that is also one of the challenges, which people say, if you are a woman and a woman of color, they wouldn't be promoted more than a dean. That kind of unwritten rules in most of the universities, be it United Kingdom or US, exists. So this kind of things people are facing. So when we look at ourselves, we really realize, as ma'am was saying, most of us who spoke since yesterday were talking about their hardships and all that, but they said that ultimately things work out for you. And yes, it works out for people who dream, who kind of, see again, dream is another thing which people say, today I decide, tomorrow I want to be the Prime Minister of India. That kind of dream you shouldn't be having. Some realistic dreams that once you are decided that this is the job for you, then of course dream from there to like professionally where you want to be. And there are no shortcuts, we realize that. Just because you are a woman, nobody is going to give you opportunities. Just because you are a woman, you don't have to really showcase yourself as a superwoman. That again was dealt with in all these sessions. So what we are trying to say at the end of the day is that whatever it is, be it a man or a woman, ultimately it is the ecosystem. That is what is most crucial for you. The places that you go to, the places that you work in, the places that you come from, the places that you want to thrive in, all should be supportive. And it is applicable to both men and women. Men will have lesser challenges because of the society that we live in. But yes, we have our own challenges, but we don't want any concessions and rebates or those kind of things. This is what is the gist of last 2 years' deliberations. So I must say that I can call it that the summit was a success with these few words, and I must say that there are a lot of people who are to be thanked for this particular initiative, and this is, as I said, the association itself who came forward and said that let's do this, and I, for one, because was interested with it, and I said Cochin is the best place to have this, of course, because it is SCMS Cochin. So this is where the venue came in. So a lot of people had the inhibition or rather this thing that who will attend in Cochin. So that is why, if you look at, we had really from Kashmir to Kanyakumari kind of speakers, and really proud of those people, and I must thank all of them in their absence, of course. Few of the people who are here I must thank them today. We had extensive deliberations, and Annu Matthew, our own alumni and talent acquisition leader in GE Healthcare, Anisha Cherian, Chemanur Academy director. Both of them have left the scene, but we must thank them in their absence. Deepa Murli is still with us. Thank you, ma'am, so much that you could come all the way from Chennai and be with us and share her experiences and the kind of CSR work that she is engaged in. See, these are the things which people are not talking about. Everybody is talking about corporate success and all that. Here she is who is really finding her, or rather, she has made peace with these kind of activities which are so relevant in today's world and society. So thank you, ma'am, for those kind of insights. People can think of those kind of careers as well. We are always talking about, software or this kind of career, or you are talking about MNCs all the time. You dream of becoming a product manager or a manager above, but then look at somebody who's working in CSR division of a company, which is again an opportunity for all of us to understand. So those are the sessions. Then we had, of course, more, educators' point of view, from the dean's point of view, from Dr. Ranjana Varghese, who is from SCMS Cochin. And thank you so much, Ranjana, for being here and sharing your experiences and all that. She is an academician and an HR person for that matter. We had a slight bit of change, and we didn't get AIMS president here with us for the valedictory session. So, that was the one change in the program. We must thank today's chief guest, G. Pungarli, ma'am. As ma'am said, she has already come here. And she said that CMO portal petition is not to be written. That is just a function that she does. It is not part of her designation. So she is AIG and nodal officer. She is part of coastal police. So yes, this is an exciting thing. And as we were talking about, I was thinking ma'am will come in uniform. So that was looking forward to that. Because last time ma'am came in uniform when she was AG. Okay. So when you are in law and order, then only you are supposed to wear those kind of uniforms in public functions. Yes. So that is an information and learning for us. Yes. So thank you so much, ma'am. I would request Radha ma'am to hand over the memento and a small token of our appreciation for her being here. And we really appreciate her time, and she has to rush to another occasion now. So thank you so much. Thank you all the volunteers, the MCs, the boys who were with the guests throughout. They were picking them up from the airport and dropping them at the venue. All these things, thank you so much. Thank you to Brinda, Anjali, George, Sebastian, and where is Kiran? All these people, all the faculty members behind the scene. As I said, it is easy to conceive an idea, but it is very difficult to deliver that. So delivery is only possible when it is a team effort, and a lot of people have worked behind the scenes, especially these volunteer boys and girls, those who worked really hard for this. All these compeers, please give them a hand. They really prepared well, and they did a good job. Most of them were rehearsing. I was seeing them rehearse the whole thing and all that. We really appreciate that. Thank you, Ergo team, which was here. We are going live, thanks to them. And all these settings that you see is from Ergo. And all the staff and the canteen people who fed us for 2 days. So thank you to them as well, and for the good food and ambience. So thank you all. Thank you very much. Let's meet in another Women Leadership Summit sometime soon. Thank you. Just assemble here for a quick photograph, and then we will disperse. Just.
സർട്ടിഫിക്കറ്റ്സ് ഇതെല്ലാം തിരിച്ച് അതൊക്കെ മേടിച്ചു അതൊക്കെ ആദ്യം താങ്ക് യു പ്ലീസ് ഡോണ്ട്
Thank you all.